Okay, well, yeah. So, oops, gotta mute that. Jeez. Sorry if you were getting some noise there from the camera. I just got a new camera in the backyard that I pointed at the bird feeder. I'm gonna have to turn off piss. Nobody's gonna be responsible with piss. Not to mention the fact that it doesn't appear to actually be reliable. Look at that. You see, why is it doubling all its responses? Ugh. Streamlabs is so busted. Seriously. It is the proof. That's true. But yeah, like one of my favorite things about this is like I'll start. I've only tested this a couple of times. Well, I did do a whole bunch of offline tests with unlisted videos. Oh wait. Oh, what was he? That was not a bird that I've seen on the feeder recently. Anyway, but you know what? Because we're never going to have, I just realized, because we're never going to have, I can pull this in like that. There we go. Hello. There they are. You know what? Actually, let me, hang on. Monitor only. There we go. I'm going to unmute this. Oh, all right. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. There's a mic on this camera, so I was hoping we would... Oh, there they are. I wasn't sure if we were going to get chirps. Now, the really funny thing, you hear that echo? I don't know if that's coming across because I have headphones on, but whenever I talk, you hear it a moment later on the mic through the camera, and that's because this camera is right outside my window. Good Lord, look at them. You know what, actually? Let's look even harder at them. Oh my God. Oops, that's too far. Oh, wait. No. Hello. Can we go? Oh, actually. Okay, this is as far in as it goes, but holy shit. Enhance. This, by the way, is a really horrible PTZ camera, just like the most AliExpress thing possible, and yet just the quality floor on these things is so high. I mean, look at what we're getting here. This is absurd. You know, I wish the audio were better because those clicking noises you're hearing, that's actually the focus motor doing its best. And that's the zoom. And of course, it's got presets, so I can pre-configure specific angles. But you see how horrible the spherical aberration is in the background here? Oh, take it easy, Ceros. Yeah, this one I don't think has an external mic input. I don't have a spare shotgun mic. It is something I could arrange, but oh, hello, bud. Hello. Whoa. Sir? Oh, there we go. Well, that was strange. Look at that bird's ass. There it is. Every single time you see one of these birds look at you, there's just this strong, fuck you, buddy, I'll kill you kind of energy to it. Oh. Camera crapped out again. I think there's something about the web server on this thing, because right now this is also being fed into my software DVR, and so it's. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting disconnected from. I just got disconnected from YouTube again, like I did a couple streams ago. Let me check and see. Did my network card go down? Yes it did. Yes it did. This crap is happening again. I'm gonna have to replace my my network cable if this keeps happening. Yeah, you know, I don't know if this camera is you know, safe to use per se. There's a number of people out there who seem to have done a decent amount of diagnostics on it, dug into it a little bit. So I don't think that I don't think there's anything obviously amiss about it. But yeah, I don't love it, and I want to replace it. But for the time being, yeah, this is bird cam. For the moment, it's bird cam. I want to play more video games this time around. This stream, I've been having a pretty heavy week, and I would like to chill. Yeah, this is on VIF. Like technically, it doesn't need to be. Oh, cool. Yeah, the chat disconnected. You're absolutely correct. Wow, this is so busted. Although for what it's worth, that at least might have happened with the chat view I was using before. Just you know, if OBS, if I get disconnected from the internet, there's only so much I can do, right? So. There we go. There we go. Yeah, on VIF, well, Home Assistant can eat it directly, but what I do is I feed it into Agent DVR, and then I slurp that up into Home Assistant from there. Ah, yeah, there we go. That's the redeem I was looking for. I do need to check. This is going to be very loud, everybody. If it works. We'll see if it works. Just does sound it. Oh my god, that's so much louder than I intended. Well, it's supposed to be loud. Daria is going to reseat my Ethernet cable again, so let's see how this goes. I may fall off the network again. Okay, so the volume wasn't that bad? Okay. Oh, look, there he is again. Okay, there you go. Okay, I would have dropped off. I probably spinnied there for a moment. We just reseated the cable. Hopefully that helps. I think I need to replace this cable entirely, though. Was that a hummingbird? Wait a minute. If that was a hummingbird, then... Let's just check, because I actually have a hummingbird feeder set up. There we go. Okay, so the Super Chat redeem is working.
Bird furries GE a peep show today. Woozy face emoji.
Woozy face emoji. Anyway, thank you, Adora. Appreciate it. Okay, so that is a suet gibbet, isn't it? That is the correct term for it. All right, so I put up this hummingbird feeder, and not a single hummingbird has visited it. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, I'm ingesting the RTSP stream directly using a VLC source. I use OnVIF to talk to the camera in Agent DVR, but here I'm just hitting the RTSP directly. I just got the URLs from it. Kyle, suet, as I understand it, is like rendered animal fat. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, it's basically just like it's meat. Yeah, I mean, I guess birds, a lot of birds, I guess, are omnivores and don't care, right? Please talk to my wife about hummingbirds. That is, Neil, that is a very strange way to put that. Anyway, So yeah, this is largely working, and also it looks like the chat redeems are working, and so I shouldn't be nearly as bad about missing super chats as I have been in the past. I kept missing the damn things. Speaking of which, I am going to replay that last one because I think my connection dropped out while it was playing. Let's hear this again. Oh wait, is it? Oh, come on, Streamlabs, get it together. Oh my God. Okay, so this is really irritating. For some reason, when I first set up this integration, I set up text to speech because that's funny as hell, and it'll do it when the message first appears, but then it won't do it if I replay the message, and I don't get why. Like it's really annoying. Now the weird thing is that when I was testing it last, I replayed a super chat from several days ago, and it actually did read the message. Here, let's try an older Androra one. Yeah, see, it's got the text that time.
This super chat cracked by Furry Crew 3C greets to the peeps.
Yeah, so that one still works, and also what a terrific message. But if I replay one, it seems like if I replay one that was received during the current stream, it seems like it doesn't come through. And I don't get that. That's so weird. Oh, it's him again. Okay, who's this bird? Can someone identify this man? Take a picture of this boy. You know what? Thank you everybody for identifying him as a bird, because let me get this other picture here. Where the fuck? Where is it? Sorry, please hold. Here it is. Okay, cool. So I found this this project on GitHub, which I have not downloaded and tried yet. It looks like it requires a bunch of infrastructure to set up, but here's what it does. Oh, wait. I don't think that'll stack.
Exclamation mark redeem Sadhorn.
If I reload the overlay, no, I tried that before and it doesn't seem to help. So yeah, I don't know what's up. Black-capped chickadee. Okay, that seems likely. Anyway, speaking of which, yeah, I found this GitHub project, and this is the hero image for it. It's I don't think it's supposed to identify types of birds. It just tells you whether something is a bird or not. It's a, XKCD joke, right?
Hee hee hoo hoo hee hee.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, 90. You know what? That is actually very funny. Only 92% certainty that that's a bird, right? Buddy, I'm more sure than that. Let's see. Daria says I should turn up the sound redeems. I don't know that I can, because you see the trouble is that they play over the same channel as my normal audio, and so I would have to just turn up the main audio, period. I don't really know how people solve this problem. Like, let me think for a second. Okay, so oh, wait a minute. Control audio via OBS? Oh, hello. Oh, there is a way to do this. Okay. All right. I'm gonna replay that last. Dono. Oh, whoops. Ooh, shit. That's. Hang on a second. Okay, so same problem as before. Thank you, Adenode. So same problem as before. Basically, that how to explain this. Okay, so let me put this back the way it was, and then I'll explain what's going on. All right. So the way this works is that the sound from the alerts comes from a web source. Okay, so it's basically a little Chromium web browser element inside OBS. And whenever the sound effect plays, it just gets picked up by, it's played over the PC's speakers, right? So it plays over my default sound output, and then that gets picked up by OBS because I'm using an output monitor. And the reason I'm doing that is, um, God, I haven't streamed on Twitch in so long. I don't even remember what I used to do on Twitch with the birds. Oh yeah, no, I think I did stream birds on Twitch once or twice. I don't even remember how I had the camera set up for that. That was a whole different situation. Gosh, I think I was using like a standard def camcorder that I just had pointed out my window on a tripod. I think is what I was doing back then. But I wanted to do something more like this since the get-go. Anyway, so the sound effects from redeems, they come from a browser source. And they get picked up, they're just played over my speakers and then picked up by OBS, right? Well, there's an option in OBS called Control Audio via OBS that you can set on a browser source. And what that does is it puts that browser source into a separate audio channel in OBS. So now, instead of the sound just coming out of your speakers, it goes into an audio feed, which then gets routed, into OBS's mixing system. Here's the trouble. In order to make it audible to me, I have to play it over the speakers. At which point, well, now it's going to get doubled, right? For me to hear it, it would have to come out of the same source as the audio that OBS is already monitoring, and so we're just right back where we started. It's already playing as loud as it can. So because I have my speaker source set up at only half volume so that your ears don't get blown out by like irritating, video game noises on the Commodore 64, etc. This is the only way to do it. Now, the real solution here is to get a second audio device. Oh, sorry, heard a noise. The right way to solve this is to get a separate audio device in Windows. Have the the audio redeems should play through that, and then they get mixed into my headphones externally, but that is quite involved and requires a lot of hardware. So, yeah, I'm curious what the solution is. There's not, so another way to do it is to make the default audio output on Windows a virtual audio cable. Then I capture the virtual audio cable output in OBS. And then I can, if I have, wow, plane, holy shit. I live under 3 flight paths, so sometimes I just get some really loud planes overhead. The date is in UTC. So that's, I think it's currently, what time in GMT? It is currently, oh, wait a minute. No, that's ahead, not back, right? Wait a minute. Or is that just China time? I think that is China time. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's GMT +8. Oh God, right? Yeah, it is Seafair weekend, so we're gonna get some even more very loud planes, I guess. I don't know. We might be past that point.
It's a highly protected North American gray-breasted black-capped wide-winged dingle donk.
Okay, so the one thing that I've learned here is that every time one of the redeems plays, there's like a really long delay that I just have to sit there and wait, because the sound effect plays and that's like 4 or 5 seconds, but then I can't say a word. I can't say like thank you or anything like that because I might talk over the text redeem, right? And so that's a bit of an issue. Now I know that there are ways to adjust. Let's see. So the alert duration is currently set to 9 seconds. So I probably want to set that higher. Let's set that to like 20 so that the text doesn't go away before it has a chance to get read out. But then there's a text delay field. Now, this is currently set to 1 second. I guess I could push it up to like 3 seconds. That will give me time to say thank you. So here, let me save that. That's going to reload my whole layout, I think, when I hit save. No? Okay, fair enough. And then I'm going to use the test button here in Streamlabs. Okay, so I could say thank you here safely, or maybe even a moment later.
This is a test super chat message.
Okay, there we go. There we go. So I think run the donation TTS locally. Well, I'm not sure what that would get me. Or do you mean like trigger it manually? Because like I would love to do that, but I can't even get. Holy shit, that's a lot of. Y'all seeing this? Y'all seeing this? I love that. I love that they just get so damn less delay. You think less delay? Miss the chat? Wait. Wait, what do you mean I missed the chat? Missed what chat? I love doing live diagnostics. This is great. Oh.
Borbs.
Borbs. Thank you, Trig. No. See, the delay is on purpose so that it has time to play out that whole sound effect before it does the TTS. So like it's not that I want to, and it's not that I want it to play faster. I would want it to I kind of like it the way it is. I want the sound effect to get about 3/4 of the way done. Then I can say thank you, etc. And then right after I finish talking, then the TTS should play. That's what I want. What I don't want is to be sitting there for like 5 seconds of silence waiting for the TTS to come through because I don't know when it's going to happen. Saber, this is I think a peanut suet. So it's essentially just like peanut butter for birds, which is just a fantastic sentence. Another thing is that the font on the redeem message is a little hard to read. So I'm going to run one more test chat here. Okay. Wow, that's not any easier to read. Terrific, terrific. I'm loving it.
This is a test super chat message.
I kind of, God damn it. I just saw that one. Here it comes. Oh, interesting. Wait, if you put it in brackets, if you put your message in brackets, it just refuses to read it? Really? Oh, that's so messed up. Another thing, by the way, I like, yeah, like is a strong word, but another great thing about this is that while there is an option to send a test event, I can send a fake super chat or a fake subscribe or a fake new membership or whatever. But it picks the name is always Kevin. It picks a random message and a random amount of money, and so I would love to try out various specific sentences and see. Oh, add note. I see what you mean now. Sorry. I would love to try out specific sentences and see what they sound like, but yeah, just no way to do that. Oh, also thank you, add a note. getting used to acknowledging donos. No birds. Don't worry, the birds will be back. I was gonna stream video games, but I don't know if anybody will let me stop with the birds. Yeah, Millie Bun, like we got normal things here. There's normal stuff. Hey, you want to know something interesting about the Streamlabs chat integration that I'm using that I've just learned is that it looks not at top chat, but at all chat, which is notionally a good thing. The problem is that the chat window that loads in OBS... Okay, let's see how this goes.
Cut.
Holy shit! Okay. I laughed so hard that Clive's face disappeared. Clive, you okay, buddy? There we go. Oh my God, Clive's face is just broken. Buddy, what happened? What do I do about this, sir? His blend shapes are all crocused. Oh my God. Like I genuinely do not know what's going on his face right now. Oh, okay. Oh, it's the blink reaction. Oh, okay. You know what? The blink I thought I turned that off. The blink reaction is so busted. Here, hang on a second. While looking down, auto blink. Does that help? Does that help? Yeah, that might help. Anyway. Oh, okay. Marlo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Huge improvement. Now, hang on a second. When a subscriber alert shows up. Oh my God! You know what? I just discovered that the reason my adjustments to the settings for the super chat message weren't making any difference because I was editing the wrong one. Delightful. Okay, so here we go. Let's increase the font size there. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. The sound effect, it turns out the sound effect is turned down to only 35%. I thought I had it maxed because I was looking at the wrong thing. So we can turn that up a little bit, I guess, because I think Daria said that was sort of lower than it could be. And then let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh boy, yeah, let's see. Let's see what this does. Here it comes.
Does it handle ZALGOTEXT question mark?
Yeah, but not the way you'd want it to. Oh boy. Oh, this is so good. Okay, let's see. There we go. I want to push the alert duration up to 20 seconds, and then I guess we'll leave the text delay where it is, because I guess that's just working fine the way it is. All right, I'm going to throw through a another test message here. Yeah, that is a little bit louder, isn't it? Oh, okay. It makes the main message bigger, but it doesn't make
This is a test super chat message.
The text underneath any bigger. Oh, I see. There are two different sliders for that. I adjusted the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Let's save that. Okay, let's try this again. YouTube super chat. Y'all getting sick of this sound effect yet? Okay, yeah, that's better. It's not the most legible. It could be better.
This is a test super chat message.
But I don't seem... Well, I guess I could increase the font weight. That might help. Okay, let's save that again. Is everyone having a good time with this with this stream? I mean, I guess you are getting to watch some birds. Feels kind of loud now. Okay, maybe I'll turn it back down. Here we go. Do it. Do it.
Motherfucking birds.
This is incredible. We can tell exactly how they did this. Oh, whoops. Oops. The animation is not designed to be held that long, and so if you set the alert duration longer than 9 seconds, it just gets completely busted. God, this thing is so jank. I'm turning into Tantacruel over here. This thing is so jank. And yeah, I don't think that I have any way to influence how the text looks. Like I could change the font, but there's no option to change like the shadow on it or anything. I think technically I could probably download this effect and like modify it, but I'd have to dig into it. And yeah, that's the thing, Segfault, right? Like I did a stream the other day. Testing this out completely by accident. I didn't intend to make that live, but that ended up working out and working out a lot of kinks. You sort of have to do it live, but I just, I didn't exactly intend to do it like that, and I still didn't really intend to do it like this. If the overlay could be split into 2 layers, yeah, good question. Does prosody work? I don't know. What is that? Was that tested? Tech Talk singing, yeah. You know, let me see if this still works. Does Windows still have the Windows still has Microsoft Sam, right? Oh, not the way it used to. Here, let's see. What does Microsoft David sound like?
You have selected Microsoft David as the default voice.
Okay, that's good enough. But there used to be a window where you could just type in whatever text you wanted to test it, and they don't seem to have that anymore, and that blows because I'm not opening the screen reader and having it read things off my screen. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Okay, what's this gonna be? Oh, this is gonna be a mess. Here we go.
This is Bird.
Oh, it didn't work. What I used to do was just load up the Microsoft TTS. Yeah, I used to just load that up with a whole bunch of like the same consonant, and there was some good. Well, they're stripping out speech ML because it's between brackets, and that's probably what's going on. That's probably why we're able to cuss through it, right? That's my theory. But yeah, so I used to like to open up like Microsoft's Sam and just put in a bunch of W's because it would make like helicopter noises, right? Whoa 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 whoa. S S S S S S S S S S S. It was good stuff. Can't do it anymore. I wonder if the let's see, speech control panel CPL file. Yeah, because like Windows contains a lot of old control panels that it doesn't use anymore, but you can still use them for things. And I don't know would that have been the accessibility? No, it was probably named something specific, but yeah, I don't know if it exists anymore. Otherwise, I'd be able to probably fire that up still. Okay, yeah, neither that command doesn't work. All right. Well, anyway, moving on. Is my background backdrop being point filtered, or is it back to? No, it's being point filtered. It just looks kind of soft. I like to imagine. God, God damn it, John Madden. I like to imagine that at some point people will get used to the stream having Streamlabs bullshit in it, but I have the feeling that probably people are just going to continue abusing it. There's nothing I can do about it. The funniest thing about this, however, is just the fact that I can't synthesize these myself. Like I think that's hilarious that I have no ability to. There's a web interface version of Microsoft Sam. Okay, let me look that up. Sam online. Oh shit. Oh what?
Swah, swah, swah.
Oh hell, there it is. Here, let's see. So we have Sam selected, but that didn't sound. Okay, let's see. Let me try this.
Quasi featuring birds.
Okay, there we go. That, by the way, is a joke about. I was thinking of using this as the thumbnail for the stream because it's the cover of Quasi's album featuring birds, but I realized that nobody would get it and it would look like people might just gloss over the stream because it looks like a music upload. In any case, though, here, let's try this thing with Microsoft Sam. Come on. Oh, weird. Something's wrong. I'm trying to generate text and it's not working. It was. Now it isn't.
Welcome to Zonbacum.
Wow, this sounds really trashed. I remember using Microsoft Sam. I don't remember it sounding this bad. Let's try this again.
Welcome to Zonbacum.
That works. But now if I give it a bunch of like W's, yeah, it doesn't do anything. Weird. Beep, 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 beep. Say it. Yeah, huh. This must be going through some kind of filter because, yeah, this is not working. Okay, hang on. Here's another one that claims it'll work. It's another website.
Welcome to Zombocom.
Wow, that is definitely not Microsoft Sam. Holy shit. But let's try it anyway.
www.
Okay, well, start the speed up. All right, let's go fast. Maximum speed. Turn the pitch up a little bit. Maybe we'll do better with S's. There it is. Beep, 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 beep. Here, let's see. Oh, perfect. There you go. That's your motorcycle noise. That's the soundtrack for that video game. VVVVV, right? Do you get it? Oh, that's a really good one. Here, let's give it a longer one. It's really funny how much this sounds like a motorcycle. Like every time.
Here comes another Chinese earthquake.
Oh, it's too fast.
Here comes another Chinese earthquake.
Oh, man.
Here comes another Chinese earthquake.
I don't know what simulator they're using. It's not very good. All right, here's yet another one. Oh, wow. Okay. So I don't. No, the whole point is to load it up with letters. That's the point. If you run them fast, it sounds funny. So I just found a website called SAM Software Automatic Mouth, and apparently that was the name of a piece of software published for the Commodore 64 in 1982. And I don't know if that has any connection to Microsoft SAM. Probably not, right? I'm guessing. But yeah, I don't immediately see any information about this, although the page for the Microsoft Speech API does mention Zoidong Huang, who we remember from the response point video. In any case, though, here's a web page that claims to re-implement the Commodore 64 version. This might be horrible. Let's see what we get.
Hello, my name is Sam.
Holy shit, that rules. Wait a second. I'm going to drop this in chat. You're all going to want that. Oh, that's so good. There are sliders here for mouth and throat, and I know why, but still. Holy shit, what a sound. This is so good. Oh, that's so good. You could tell roughly what kind of techniques they're using to generate this, right? Like it gives you like a decent impression of what the method is, because like this is old enough that they were using some really simplistic stuff, the sort of algorithms that were probably inside Deck Talk, right? One moment. When's the last time we saw a bird? We haven't seen a bird in a while. Oh man, it's been long enough since I watched the Moonbase Alpha video that I can't remember. I can't remember the. I can't remember the lines offhand, other than the occasional thing. Um, God, there have to be streamers using Hatsune Miku for stream messages. That just goes without saying, right? Oh, by the way, I should mention. So far, we've only been visited by small birds, but there are in fact large birds in my yard as well. Let me just here we go. What the hell? Where'd those pictures go? There we go. Hello. Look at him. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I love him. This is the X9 motherfucker per the text in the corner. Oh yeah, that is true. Oh my God! Wow. Well, the software automatic voice is having a very hard time with pretty much everything I hand it. Gosh. Well, anyway, y'all know about crows? Have you heard about this? It's fucked up if true. I want to just keep him on the stream. I want to have one of those streams where there's just a bunch of wild bullshit hanging around. Also, I think, did we miss a bird while we were looking at a picture of a bird? I think we did. Are there speak and spell emulators? Absolutely, yes. The TI simulation chip. Here we go. That thing was very distinctive and used like a known algorithm. So let's see. More planes, baby. No, speak and spell is not TTS. Yeah, I don't really know much about how it works. Sorry, I'm looking at this page here that claims to be a quote unquote simulator, but how does this work? Oh, it's a weird little sort of mystery meat navigation. Okay. Oh, this is strange. And yeah, so I guess it's not exactly TTS, so you can't necessarily put arbitrary text into it, right? Huh. Oh, wait, here we go.
F H Y X A C.
God, it's the most distinctive sound imaginable. Also, I am incapable of hearing it without hearing the beginning of a Freeze Pop song, which I imagine if I play it, I'll just get, a copyright strike for that. Not that it really matters, actually, because it's not like I'm monetizing these streams anyway. At least not in any way that matters. Here, let's see. Yeah, this one.
F R E E Z E P O O P. Wrong. Try again.
I always think about Freeze Poop because of this song. There's a deck talk in browser called AU. Okay. Oh, look at him. Hello. No. Why'd the camera freeze? Okay, there we go. Phew. Look at him. Look at his red feathers. Look at the little. You see this? You seeing this? Holy shit. This guy rules. I love this dude. Oh yeah, Ayo.
Ayo.
There, there it is.
Ayo. John Madden. John Madden. John Madden.
Here, let me turn that slider up just a little bit.
Big American TTS.
Perfect. Perfect.
Here comes another Chinese earthquake.
close enough. Downy woodpecker. Oh, is that what we have?
Downy woodpecker.
That is absolutely a downy woodpecker. Yeah, I just looked that up, and that is exactly the guy, isn't it? Holy shit. Oh, the page for this says, if you wish to use this API in your application, read these usage guidelines. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's an endpoint I could hit to generate this. So theoretically, I could just write my own Streamlabs with Blackjack, et cetera, et cetera. Detect individual birds. That is a fun idea. I don't know how much there is in that. Yeah, now you mention it, the Moonbase Alpha TTS does sound like Deck Talk. Like, I thought it was Microsoft SAM, but I don't think it was. We are neither watching a video nor playing a game. We are watching a live stream of my bird feeder, and just sort of, this is what we're doing. Birds move their heads so good. It's ridiculous. Okay, so Moonbase Alpha is genuinely just using Deck Talk. Huh, I did not know that. That is wacky tobacco. Here, let's see. Reset transform. Let's just... Oh boy, OBS is having so much trouble with several things that are going on right now. There we go. Here, let's just put this over here. And how do we does that do it? There, that does it. Okay. Okay, so is Streamlabs going to do this redeem? Sir? Oh my god, is it that broken? Yeah, the super chat just didn't come through at all. And I'm looking over here and it's just not there. This thing is so busted. Yeah, it's just not even... So this is a thing that I've been running into where it feels like Streamlabs holds the token with YouTube for like a half an hour and then it collapses. Yeah, wow, this is unusably broken. Holy shit. It sucks because, like, I don't know, insofar as it worked pretty well. But this sucks. Filtered for too many emoji? God, you know what? I wonder. Oh, now that you mention it, yeah, there's an anti-spam filter, which is weird because if somebody's paying to spam me, I don't really care what they say. So let me turn that off. Well, but wait a minute. But that would only apply... That shouldn't filter the entire thing. It would just filter the TTS. There's no spam filter for the super chat itself. So I don't actually think that's it. But let me hit save here. Yeah, and it doesn't show in the history over here either. This is so broken. Ugh. Man, I really thought I had this under control. This blows. Oh. Well, it picked up the horn redeem. But is it going to do anything? Like, nothing's happening. Sirs? Okay, so for some reason, I had to manually trigger that. What the fuck is going on here? Like, it's connected to the system. It's just, like, busted. This blows. Also, holy shit, the plane. Wow. Huh. Good times. Somebody asked what that noise was. This is what that noise was. So, I love being an online creator. This story isn't like much, but I'll tell it anyway. I love being an online creator because like nothing is ever easy because there's so many. Oh, cool! The emojis are just squares in chat now. Okay, Streamlabs is going in the garbage as soon as I have an opportunity. Anyway, so I don't remember if I told this story, but so like anybody else, I didn't have an easy time with this game the first time I played it, or the second time, or the third time. In fact, I was streaming this game back in my Twitch days, which was a very long time ago, and all it was just the usual thing, me just being bad at it. I wasn't like I wasn't doing the rage stream thing because I was being different, but I still wasn't. Whoops! Oh boy, I'm off my A game today. Holy shit! I still, I just wasn't making any progress. I was getting to like the usual stopping point for a lot of people, which was orange hell, and then I just like failed there over and over and over. And then like I didn't play the game for several years, I think, more than once in a long while. And I just get back to the same place and get stuck there again. And then last like a year or two ago, I was at like a really low point in my life, and I just really badly needed a. I'm sorry, one moment. Okay. Plane. I was dealing with some health issues and just having a really bad time in general, and I just really needed a victory. And so I said, fuck it. I know for a fact that I can do this because so many people can do this. And so I sat down and I played the game, and finally I won. Now, a well-known thing about this game is that if you win, there is a thing at the end that says you can come in to the top of the mountain, but only if you're not streaming. And I won't reveal what the top of the mountain is. It's widely known. But one of the things that is there, obviously, is an option to go to a merch shop and to buy Getting Over It merch. And so when I first won the game, I was obviously very excited about this. It was, sort of a very symbolic thing for me at the time. So I bought a shirt. And I think the shirt arrived like a week or two later, typical, on-demand press time. But I did think of this as a fluke event. And there we go. I did think of this as a sort of a fluke event, and so like a day or two later, I went and played the game again and just blasted through it. Like I expected to that would be my one time, and then I did it again, and so I thought, okay, this is a fluke as well. And but either way, I really need some wins right now. So I ordered another shirt. Because to be clear, you don't actually need like any sort of like win token. Technically, if someone were to leak the URL, and they probably have, then you could buy counterfeit I Got Over It with Bennett Foddy shirts. But if you do that, then you're going to go to hell. It's like stealing from Santa Claus. Go fuck yourself. But either that, or maybe it's the funniest thing I've ever heard of to have a Getting Over It shirt when you didn't get over it. That's actually pretty funny. But anyway, it's not like we're talking about a challenge coin here. But anyways, I decided to order another one, and that arrived a couple of weeks later. And then like I played the game, another 30 or 40 times and felt really good at it. I think I got my completion time down to something silly like 8 or 9 minutes. And then I put the game down for a while, and then I had some more really bad times in my life, some more health issues and whatnot. And one day I went in and picked up the game, and I felt like a caveman trying to steer a train. I couldn't do anything, and I was dealing with so many like issues of feeling like my body was falling apart that I just like I couldn't shake the feeling that that it was over, that something had changed, and I would never be good at this or anything else again. And so again, like I was having some bad times in life at the time. All right, but a couple of days later, I tried it again, and I got over it. And because again, this had a lot of significance to me, I went and ordered another shirt. That was like last year. Hello, plane. Hi, plane. Hello. Wow, that's loud. This is what it sounds like to die in the... anyway. Anyway, so yeah, that game was like last year, and the shirt arrived about a week and a half ago. And so I got it, and I was like, why am I getting a shipment from a clothing vendor? I haven't ordered anything recently. Is this from GDQ or something? And then, yeah, it turned out to be this, like, 6 or 8 month old Bennett Foddy merch. And so I thought, well, that's strange. Well, so the other day, I fired the game up, played through it, got to the end, clicked on the merch store, and there's a message there from Bennett that says that Teespring is just not fulfilling orders anymore, so he switched vendors. So I Googled this, and sure enough, there's a lot of people saying that, yeah, if you order stuff from Teespring, it'll arrive like 8 months later, if it arrives at all. There's just something going on. Maybe they're getting overloaded. I don't know. And this is great because guess where my Amogus shirts are made? All right, what was my time? 6 minutes 24. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. All right, I'm sorry, Neil. You've been bringing up Cogmind for like 3 streams. I don't know or care what that is. I'm sorry. You need to give it a rest. I don't like. There's just no interest in it. Sorry. I saw it the first time. And so the problem with like making merch online is, people will say like, oh, you should make merch, but it's not as simple as that. Like, you're not going to make it yourself. Like, I think there's people who have in the past, but it's a whole boondoggle. That's a whole thing. You don't want to get, bogged down and all that. I've looked into it before, but like screen printing is just a huge mess. And also the thing is that the techniques that are used to make like commercial merch shirts like that are vastly more durable than homemade shirts. So you know how like if you get a graphic tee, it's either got the paint on top and those last like 3 weeks. You wash them like 2 or 3 times and then they're just ruined. Or they've got it, I don't know if it's like dye that's been ingrained into the fabric or how they do it, but the other method is a lot more durable and lasts a whole lot longer. So if you switch shirt vendors, yeah, I think it is dye sub. I think you're right. If you switch shirt vendors, like you don't know until you order your first shirt which type it's going to be. And you also don't know if they're going to change. Like, I've heard stories of vendors starting out with the good stuff and then switching to the bad stuff, and they can just do it in the middle of a run. And so one day a person orders a shirt and it's high quality, and then the next day, you find out from like 20 people, they're like, hey, we all ordered these shirts and they're crap. And you're like, well, I can't really do anything about it because I'm not the vendor here, right? Because, let's be real, like the reality of how this works is the usual thing, right? I'm not the vendor, and the product isn't my product. It's their product, which I'm giving them a market for, right? Teespring, et al., they sell just, plain Arial font graphic T-shirts. And if they had their way, if they had their way, then the way it would work is every single customer would just roll up, click order shirt, and then upload a JPEG of, or a PNG of whatever they wanted on it, right? But that obviously is not sustainable. There's a bunch of problems with that. And so, it just wouldn't bring in that much, that much business. However, if you put shirts up there, if you put your own graphics up there, as a creator, then it gives them a simple one-click, add to cart purchasing process, and that's going to drive a lot more sales, but it also feels a lot more professional, right? You tell somebody, oh, just go to this website and upload this file. There's a lot of, it's not that kind of service isn't sustainable. It's that it's not nearly as profitable. Sorry about Clive's arms here. It's not nearly as profitable because it's not straightforward for the buyer, and it doesn't feel like going to a store. It feels like going to a service and doing it yourself. So the websites like, all these various merch sites, the way they work is they host a whole storefront for you so that you get to look like you have a store, as such, and that makes people feel a lot more. It's a more straightforward process, and it also makes people feel a lot more confident that they're going to get a high quality product and not something that's just knocked off real quick. And of course, the reality of it is that it's a crapshoot. You order from one creator's store, you order from another one, and you just get wildly different results. And trying, it's so. The plane. Are these plane engine noises as loud on the stream as they are to me? I'm just realizing, like, they're very distracting to me, and I can't really do much about it. But I'm curious, are they also just like really fucking loud for you folks? I'm turning off decently loud. Not as loud. They're slightly audible. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, nobody's ears were getting blown out. Anyway, so, I have this theory, and it's a very cynical one. I don't know if there's any truth to it. But I have this theory that I've had for eons about the way that mail order mattress manufacturers work based on, let's not get into this, right? But, I have ordered one of those. I won't name the manufacturer. I'm very disappointed with it. You fill in the blanks. And before I ordered one of those, I did, a whole bunch of research insofar as I can. And, oh, right, yeah, exactly, Atheron, you're exactly correct. That's the reason that I didn't. There are ways to get high-quality shirts made, but then you have to deal with shipping them. And, yeah, no, it's just, by the time you're done, you realize you're going to the UPS, once a week or twice a week, in return for $2 of profit. The whole point of selling the shirts isn't to make a lot of money. I think it is if you're like LTT and you're making, you're just selling thousands and thousands and thousands of the things. But I just thought it was, people said like, oh, that's cute. I'd like that, right? And so I'm like, okay, you can have it. Enjoy. I mean, there's a reason it doesn't have my name on it, right? It's not even my design, for Christ's sake. It's just, I thought it was cute and I wore it on a stream, and my friend didn't have a way to put it in front of people. So, whatever. If I had more like on point merch, I might be more interested in like if I had stuff that was just more reflective of my channel. I don't think that I have like a strong brand identity in a way that works on a shirt. I've tried to design some, it hasn't really worked, and it's just like not a thing I want to put a lot of time into because I don't know. I'm not. Well, Kyle, it's linked under like pretty much every one of my videos. But I don't blame you because like the YouTube user interface is so weird. Thank you, Wonderland. I appreciate that. Clive also thanks you. The point is, like, I have not put a large amount of effort into having a merch presence. Okay, like that's not a thing that I am tremendously concerned about. I don't really have any, I don't really have any like, beef with selling out per se. Like everybody sells out. The status of selling out is getting the thing that you want, right? Like the whole, the whole notion that like, selling out, depreciates your art or whatever, is in conflict with the idea that in order for your art to be, to have an impact on the world, it needs to sell in large quantity because there's no other way to get it in the hands and in front of the eyes of a large number of people, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I'm not really terribly concerned with the like, you know, ethics of it or anything like that. It's just like a whole thing that I don't see a good fit there. I think there are a lot of YouTubers and a lot of other creators for which there are things that more naturally make sense on a shirt or a mug or a sticker or whatever. I think that I think there are a lot of people who try to make merch and don't acknowledge this reality. Like Penny Arcade, for instance, every single piece of merch I've ever seen from them has been terrible. They don't really have a lot of like easily quotable bits that are like highly recognizable as them and work outside of context. And so like I remember back when I was reading PA regularly, they would periodically mention they had new merch, and I'd go look at it and it was just ghastly. You know, and I was like much younger and had much worse taste, and I still thought that it was just ghastly. So I don't want to fall into the trap of being the person who has a merch store full of like really strained merch. You know, I'm just like, I'm not a super quotable guy. I'm not fucking Northern Lion. You know, I don't have like these really poppy sort of lines that fall out of my mouth. You know, some of it's good in context, but out of context, it's just nothing. And so like, I don't even think it works as like a, hey, the joke is that the reference is strained kind of thing. I really don't. I wish some birds would come back. And the other thing is like, for a lot of that stuff, the whole point of it is, boy, I wish there was a way to find all the geeks and gamers in the crowd, and I just don't even know that that would work for me anyway. Because again, it's like if you're a huge fan of like some phenomena, like for instance a webcomic, you might really have some specific things to say about it to each other. But in my case, like I just don't think. If you're bumping into someone in a context where you can reasonably start up a conversation about the shit that I talk about, then you're already in that context. So, oh, hey, guess what? Hey, check out the chat here. The brackets in Emma's message, they're gone there too. Holy shit. This is so busted. Okay, so Streamlabs is totally intolerable. I'm going to have to make my own. I'm going to have to build my own, and I knew that, but still. Oh, yeah, maybe the planes are scary. Okay, now, see, the whole point of the sad horn is that you use it when I'm actually fucking up, so that you, like, because otherwise, like, it's like crying wolf, and so I'm going to start ignoring it. So please don't do that, so I don't have to take it away. Holy shit. God. It explicitly said, if I'm fucking up the stream, I'm not fucking up the stream. Come on. My dude. Anyway, so, oh yeah, wait, look, the emojis are working again. What the hell? So anyway, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Right. So I think if you're a person who really strongly wants to do the merch thing, then like there's plenty of ways to do it, but it is a full-time job. You know, there's a reason that every time you hear about somebody who, you know, holy shit, okay, there were no birds and now every single bird is here at once. Oh my God. They just all came here simultaneously. Hello. Oh man, I'm pro bird. Okay, let's see how this one reads out.
It's a goddamn bird. Wow.
Perfect TTS. Thank you, Androra. Are they finches? Didn't we determine that they were house finches? Or am I thinking of something else? I think that's a house finch, right? Looks pretty similar. And I think they're all the same gender, because I think the females have red. But anyway, so there's a whole joke, and not even really a joke, about how, wow, Clive's arms are having problems. There's a whole bit about how nobody runs a webcomic company; they run a merch company. You know, like your Jeffrey Rowlands and Penny Arcade, for Christ's sake. And a number of other, you know, well-known webcomic people the bulk of their business is selling shirts and stickers and whatnot, and they spend more time on that than on creating. And so that's just like, it's a fundamental problem that if you're going to, if you're going to get into this, it's going to become a full-time job. And most of the time when people start doing this a lot, they start hiring extra employees just to handle it. And so basically your two choices are between either making a quality, merch product, in which case that's what you do. And also they better be good, right? Because if they're not, then, you're putting all your time into making like crappy shirts that nobody wants to wear. Or your other option is to just make, crap, through one of these services, through Teespring or Redbubble or whatever. God, I haven't heard of Redbubble in eons. I think they ruined their service, if I remember correctly. And the other thing, that's right. That's the thing I was going to say earlier. So I have this very cynical theory about the mattress companies. There's like 1,000 of them. We've all seen, it seems like there's a new company, every single week. And a lot of that comes down, from what I've read, to the fact that it's very easy to spin up one of these companies. You go to there's like 12 Chinese factories, and you just go to them and you say, I want these specifications, put this design on it, here's the name, and then they make it. And there's just, it's like a Taco Bell menu. It's just they got foam, they got synthetic rubber foam, the blah, 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 blah. And so they're all coming out of the same 12 factories and just being made to different specifications, same as most things. And some of them are good, some of them are bad. It's all like, it's all drop shipping type bullshit, even if they warehouse them here. There's a whole bunch of fraud associated with these companies. Like, that much is not in dispute. Everybody agrees on this point. But specifically, the thing that I think is going on, and this is based on, I saw a bunch of Reddit posts about this, and the thing you have to understand if you ever go look into this is that I moved Clive down and it didn't work. He looks terrible down there. I'm going to move him back up. Come back up, buddy. There you go. There you go. His ears are in the way of the chat, but we're just going to have to survive that. So the thing you have to understand, if you've never looked into this, if you go look at all in any way into mattresses, it is a kleptoconomy. There are zero people you can trust. I don't care who you're talking to. If you're talking to like your uncle, if you're talking to your wife, and they give you an opinion about a mattress, they've been paid off. They've been paid off. Someone got to them. You cannot find an honest opinion about a mattress online, because these companies are so cutthroat. They find everybody. They get to everybody. And even if like there is an honest opinion out there somewhere, it gets drowned in thousands of fake paid reviews. It's just absolutely it's absolutely absurd. Like, if you just go like start, searching and like putting the pieces together, it's just obvious. And then there's also the guy running a mattress review cartel sort of thing. Like, there's one guy who runs a mattress review site who is considered to be like this sort of like, he got his review website to the top of all search results. And if he publishes a negative review of your company, you go out of business. That's just how it is. If this guy says that your mattress sucks, you just close your doors, declare bankruptcy. And then this dude goes and like extorts these companies for money, is what I've heard. And there's a whole there's articles about it. There's all sorts of stuff out there. It is wild. The reason this happens with mattresses comes out to the simple fact that it is something that you have to buy. You have to have one. So everyone gets coerced into having to get one. They're too expensive to buy at a whim. They cannot be returned. They cannot be sold on the secondary market, and they're utterly and completely unprestigious. Nobody wants to be buying a mattress. It's not like a car, right? A car can cost $100,000, which you might not have. You might have to buy it on a big, nasty, unfair loan, but then you get to drive around in this cool car, and that feels like it just pays dividends every single day. Conversely, nobody is proud of a mattress unless there's something wrong with them. If somebody is proud of their mattress, that person got paid off. I don't care if they're your friend, they got paid off. Because just nobody cares. Nobody cares about this. It is, you sleep on it and then you get up and you have your life. And so with very minor exceptions, there's no word of mouth. And nobody is thrilled about this process. So in order to get people to buy mattresses at all, you first have to get them fired up to the idea that they need to search for a specific mattress, and that they can't just buy the first easiest one they can find. And the problem is there's validity to this, because most mattresses are terrible, and they're also a highly personal thing that varies from individual to individual. And so it's really, really, really hard to actually find one that you'll like sleeping on. To wit, I spent several months making a decision, finally decided on one, laid on it in the showroom for 20 minutes. I was convinced it was great, ordered one. I haven't slept a good night since. It's been like 3 years. I just finished paying it off. It was like $4,500, and every penny of it was wasted. Worst sleep I've had in my life. But what can you do, right? So this all sucks, but from what some people say, and it makes sense to me, the way these companies work is any given one of them will... There are different tiers of material quality. And so, there's different types of foam and like hybrid designs and whatnot. And externally, they all look the same. And so supposedly what happens is that a company will make like the silver tier, the gold tier, and the platinum tier mattress. And then they come out of nowhere as a new brand, and the gold tier, the one that they're selling for like $2,500, weirdly below market standards, is just considered excellent. And it gets all sorts of good reviews, and it's not hard to find somebody who will tell you that it's great. And so they start selling loads of these, and then after like 6 months, they ratchet the tiers up. So the silver becomes the gold becomes the platinum goes away, they stop making that, and then they introduce a new silver tier, which nobody was going to buy anyway. And the end result is that now for $2,500, you're getting a lower quality mattress. It's much easier, much cheaper for them to sell, but they're selling it for the same price. And so what's good one week becomes bad the next week. And I think the same thing is going on with the t-shirts. I think that a lot of these companies basically get their name out there using the dye sub process, and then once they get popular, they start reverting to the shittier, just like screen print approach. And because they're selling like 40 or 50 products simultaneously, I think they sort of juke this back and forth for different ones at different times. Because I remember that I can't remember which one. I think it was Redbubble has like T-shirt and then premium T-shirt. They didn't used to have premium T-shirt, and so I suspect what they did is they just the shirt that was $25 suddenly became shittier, and then they took the good one and made that $35, right? And so it's the usual thing, because there's no other way to reduce costs. Like, they're already selling these things for dirt, and yeah, I mean, well, I went and laid on every single $200 mattress, and they all gave me like severe back pain instantaneously. I did not want to spend thousands of dollars on one, but it really seemed like a good idea. And I personally knew somebody who had bought the same model and assured me that it was great for them. Well, it was great for them. It's terrible for me. So yeah, shit just sucks. It's a whole goddamn, criminal industry. But yeah, I don't think you're using the word enshittification correctly, but I would have to go read that article again to remember. In any case, the end result is that I don't know how to make my shirts good again. Like, at this point, I have to believe, based on everything I'm hearing, that if somebody clicks on one of the links under my videos and orders an Amogus shirt, one, I don't know if they're still as good as they used to be, and they were never all that good, but they were better than some. And I don't know if that shirt is going to arrive in any sort of reasonable length of time. Now, I'm not bound to them by any sort of contract. I can just disconnect all those links. But, like, what if they are working? I don't know. I have no way to prove it one way or the other. The only way I could control it is if I actually had the stock myself. But as we established, I don't have a way to do that. I just don't have the. So it all sucks. And I just don't know. I don't know what to do about it. You know, it's like, is the ethical thing to immediately pull all these links? What if they're not that fucked? What if people are overstating it? You know, what if it's Bennett Foddy's cues specifically that's too deep? You know, and then and then if I want to keep selling them, who do I move it to? I don't know. I don't know. Boy, howdy, the planes. They're not quiet, let me tell you. Holy shit. All right. I want to play some video games now because, Kyle, that seems really possible. I have seen different people say that they've seen or not seen the links, and I don't know what the determining factor is. I'm going to go over right now real quick, and let's see. You're not on mobile, are you? I assume you're not.
Happy birthday.
That's my video. Okay, let's see. Oh, do I have to tag these manually? Let me see. God. You know, I don't see it. I don't see the links. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. I don't know. I don't really have that much control over this. People still find them. Cool. So maybe it's like video specific. I don't know. Anyway. I want to play some video games for a little bit. I'm gonna find a place on the screen to put the birds, and in fact, let me move this out of the stage area here. There we go. I'm gonna find somewhere to put this so we can still appreciate them. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? I guess I could put it down here. And we'll see, because I'm going to play some Amiga games, and we'll see how the layout works. Oh, okay, on the play floppies video. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is that play? Are you referring to the like the Microsoft floppy viewer thing? Oh yeah. Oh, I did call it play floppies on your TV, didn't I? Hilarious. Okay, but I'm looking at it myself, and I don't see them. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. All right, have a good night, a swarm of dead insects. But yeah, so I wanna play some games, but I have to put some batteries in my Xbox controller, so give me a moment. All right, there we go. Wait, that's not the button. That's the button. Okay. My Xbox controller is finally reconnected. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit! The bird is over Clive. Please hold. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, and so Kyle, yes, that is my store. Sorry, Teespring, aka Spring, aka, and yeah, it only has a couple items in it. Also, I went back to that specific video, turned off uBlock, and yep, sure enough, now the links show up. So it's like you have to have ad block off and be on the right video. But from what you're saying, it sounds like you also need more things. I don't fucking know. Maybe we're getting A-B'd. Who knows? Ugh. I don't care anymore. We're gonna attempt to play some video games. We're gonna give it the college try. Thank you, Androra.
Let's play some motherfucking games.
It's really funny that works so consistently. That's so fucking funny. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get smart and just make this chat box a tiny bit shorter. There we go. So his ears are less in the way. All right. Tarkus team. Now, can I... Okay, I guess I just can't move this window capture. I just can't relocate it for some reason. So that's cool. Whatever. Yeah, no Cracktro music, strangely enough. All right. And yeah, we're playing more superhero games. I had more superhero games from the last stream. We'll just give those a shot. You were given 100 Wait, is this what the game is actually supposed to look like, or is this the crack? I can't tell. I'm guessing this is from the actual game itself. You are given 100 webs for Spider-Man. A line above Spidey's health bar displays the amount of webs you have left. Do you wish to see the panels? Sure. What? Paragon software does sound familiar. That's true. Wish to see the panels. Oh, and then the game itself is in typical PAL ass ratio. All right. So what are we? Is this the game? Are we playing? What are we? I pressed a key. P manage. Oh, okay, I think that was the attract screen. Yeah, I don't know what the panels are. Like, I was considering maybe they're comic panels. Maybe there's going to be some fake comic pages in here. That's a pretty common thing for comic book based games. Yeah, the attract screen's just Captain America just walking forward. Nothing ever happens. Okay. Well, this is something. What? I hit fire on the joystick. Did I screw up? Was I supposed to do that? Did I err? I think I erred. All right. Well, let's just squunch this down. There we go. So it fits a little better. That's true. There are a lot of things named Paragon. I'll give you that. Wah! Oh my God. Oh, this is terrible. There's like a 1 second delay when you do. What the fuck? So wait, is it is it like a fight game? Like I'm... Oh, okay, wait, I think I'm figuring it out. Okay. So I couldn't tell if he was hitting me or if I was hitting him. Oh, well, he's definitely hitting me because the robot bar... Oh, this is horrible. This is so bad. There, did you see that? I finally hit him. Oh, wait, we got it. Oh my god. If there's any way to get like an opening here, I will explain how the controls work. They are atrocious. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so yeah, first off, it only updates the screen like, yeah, maybe 3 times a second. So that's bad. But another thing is, so the basic movement controls, forward and backwards, just make you go forward and backwards. You don't turn around when you press the opposite direction. Oh, yeah, and of course there's no music, just sound effects. So that's bad, right? In order to turn around, you have to hold fire and then press a direction. This also sucks. That's also how you attack. So to attack, you have to hold fire and then press and hold in a given direction. And depending on whether you do up, forward, or diagonal, you do different attacks. Also, I'm just like... What the hell? Are we just... I'm like pressing all my buttons and it's not advancing. Is this it? Are we in purgatory now? This is, we apparently the Super Dash Heroes failed so bad that the game doesn't run. Yeah, could it be a bad disc? Let's take a look at our disc options here. Nope. Wow, just one disc. What a mess. All right, let's restart this thing. Now, wait a minute. Also, there's this thing about Spider-Man, but we weren't playing as Spider-Man. There's no way they expect you to reboot when you lost. So, like, is this game not finished? And then the other thing is, like, in order to get off this screen, I tried hitting fire. That didn't work. I tried hitting the mouse button. That didn't work. I finally got off the screen by pressing the up arrow key. Yeah, so joystick buttons aren't working. Mouse isn't working. Space? No. Up. No, that does... Oh, wait. Oh, is this a cinematic? Was it just that I waited long enough? No. No? What the hell? Wait. Wait, there's something happening. The sky's getting darker. So this is a cinematic. I guess I just waited earlier? Long enough? Oh. Okay. All right. Here we go. This time around, I'm going to throw my shield. Oh, right. We got to do the comic panels first. Okay. I think I click. No. Oh, how do I get past this screen? Okay, I guess it just fades on its own. Boy, this one sucks. This might be one of the worst games I've ever played. I mean, like, platform notwithstanding. Amiga, ZX Spectrum, you name it. This might be one of the worst games I've ever played. All right, so like, did I do something wrong here by pressing... Like, surely these two... Oh! Okay, we just saw Cap arrives at Dr. Doom's castle. Now we're going to do the panel called A Robot Guards the Entrance, and then the next panel will fill in with our next fight, I think is what's going on here. Ha ha! Aha! It's the haha from the Devo video for That's Good. Yeah, the artwork's not great. That's also true. All right, here we go. Just going to immediately start throwing my shield. This game got ported to everything? Why? Well, now I want to play the DOS version or the Spectrum version. That's probably all right. Okay, all right. So I got some damage in. Clang, clang. Oh, I can do this. There we go. Oh, I got his ass. So is this just going to be... Yeah, you're locked in for the whole throw. I think this is going to be a whole series of just like 1v1 fight games, basically. Appropriate for Evo weekend. Look what happened to the W. There will be more surprises. Okay, so I was right about the structure of it. Okay. Aha! Superhero Challenge! What the fuck? That's not the name of the game. I just noticed the skeletons in the background. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, God, it's this? No, this is so bad. Oh, the timing is so tight. Or am I... Yeah, no, I can't, like, move in air. Oh, shit, wait, no, I can go faster. Oh. Okay, that's much more practical. There we go. Or did it speed up on its own? Because if this is supposed to be harder, it's the opposite of harder. It's better if it's faster. Because you go further for the same length of time. This is much easier. Also, is it just me, or did I not get my health restored between stages? That would be so very much appropriate for this game. All right. I think we did it. Oh. And yeah, you have to adjust yourself to like pressing up and then waiting a good like full second for it to... It is like a Tiger Electronics game. That's exactly what it feels like. And yeah, no restored health between stages. Boy, what a video game. Oh, interesting. Apparently oh, that is a very poorly drawn spider. That's a really badly drawn Spider-Man. Holy shit. It's hard to even figure out what shape he's supposed to be. Ha ha! Oh my god. All right, what's this? Oh, it's Robot again. Fuck yeah! And I think it's going to be up and fire to throw the web, I'm sure. So I'm holding that already. Lording. All right. Woohoo! Yeah, I only have 100 web, but how long can this game be? Yeah, I guess Spidey does have his own bar, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like the DOS EGA version would be more comprehensible because they had to work with fewer colors, so they had to actually think about what they were doing. There's a number of Amiga games where you very much can tell the problem was that they had too many colors, and so they figured they could just like, oh, no, it's fine. I'll just go for it. You know, I'll just grab all these different shades, and then ended up making like really murky, muddy, unpleasant, you know, deluxe paint art that you can't really discern. And so, yeah, like some people, you know, didn't fall into this trap, but... Okay, so I think that all of Spidey's attacks are web. So I think that whole nonsense about, you know, being careful with your web, I don't think any of that's valid. Because I think you just, that's how you attack. Cap encounters Rhino. Yeah, that was Machete. That's true. Is Machete in the MCU? I don't know this. I don't know anything about Machete. Yes. Is this an unrelated Machete? I'm looking this up. Yeah, apparently just an unrelated character. Huh. Oh, was there a bird? Gray tit bird. Oh, yeah, okay. I think that was the, wasn't that the one that we identified earlier under another name? It's similar. Oh, yeah, that's right. There we go. I should have hit that before I got to remember, I got to start using the soundboard. I'm a streamer, baby. That would do it. Ha ha. All right. So this is Captain America, so we hold up and fire. That's the strat for this game. Also, Dr. Doom is back there, just FYI. How many levels do we think this game has? It's probably like 12. Whoa, wait. This is even... Wait, it's even slower. The lack of health re-up between levels is like astonishingly shitty. I think the only way you can really fight this guy is to fake him out. I think you just have to feint. Clang! Even in concept, this game is bad, but in execution, this is just astonishing. Like, what the fuck? Like, you gotta be, you gotta acknowledge that, like, it's wild that we've even made it this far. You know, this guy has, like, Dark Souls boss strats where you sort of, you gotta bait out the headbutt to buy you frames to back off and throw the shield, right? Oh my god, does the shield not hit on the return? Okay, come on. Trapped in a pattern. Oh shit, but he's hitting me too. Oh, I'm not gonna win the damage fight. I'm not gonna win the damage race. The DPS race. Oh shit. Damn it. Wait a minute, I haven't tried my back attack. How's that? Oh god, no, that just turns around. Okay, you gotta clarify. Am I fucking something up, or are you playing the sad horn just because this is a bad game? Am I fucking something? Like, when I say fuck, that horn is supposed to be for when I have left a JPEG on top of the stream so you can't see it. Okay? I need to clarify this, I think. Oh my god, this is so bad. Yeah, like, if this were an arcade game, like, I would get it, you know? Oh. Yeah, I mean, arguably I am fucking up the stream on account of... Yeah, exactly. The point of the sad horn, it's so loud so I won't miss it, right? Okay, okay. Am I free? Have I been released from my nightmare? Oh. Then we get to the end of the game again, where it just gives us a JPEG, and then we're locked into it forever. Boy, what an inauspicious way of ending it. Okay, so I'm kind of tempted. We're gonna run two more versions of this. First off, let's see. Doctor Doom. Wait, do I not have this for? Oh, wait. Platform. There we go. There we go. Play. View dependency files. What am I missing? Oh, I don't think any of that matters. Play anyway. Ooh, that's not working, is it? Did I not install? What's going on here? Sorry, the emulator is not wanting to launch. Why? Let me see. Is the ROM folder valid? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, I think it's because the type of file that it is. I don't think necessarily. Okay. Let me see if I can load this up manually. Okay, so we fire that up, and if we grab this and drop it in there, okay, that's what I thought. That doesn't work. So if we load up the I think I generally use a different emulator for this, but I can't remember which. I haven't done it in quite some time. So I don't even remember if this one, does this one even support? Okay, well, it supports tapes. But I wonder how. How do we, core options? Yeah, I may need to switch to something else. Oh, we do have a bird. That's true. Oh, he left. Maybe I need a button that makes the bird big. Trying to figure out, how do I actually load a tape? Oh, do I just do load content? Maybe that's all there is to it. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, load that into this core. All right. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. Parada el marcha la senta pulsa. Okay, etc., etc. Yeah, this immediately looks better. Yeah, I assumed that since when I dropped the .tap file onto it and it didn't load, I assumed that was the issue. Let's see, Jugador, Fuego. Whatever. Thank you, Androra.
Bird up, bird emoji.
The way, in fact, it reads out the word emoji every time. Oh, it's so good. All right, so how do we Okay. I'm pressing backspace in order to proceed here. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm not sure why backspace is the fire button, but thank you, Mega. Ooh, okay. So the
I
Amiga
prefer
version,
skull emoji.
the Amiga version might be the worst, but this also isn't hot. Yeah, again, I'm not even hitting the guy. Wow, this is like they re-implemented it bug complete. It's incredible. Oh, no. Okay, so that's awful. That's awful. We've seen what we need to see. That's terrible. Now, I'm sorry, pardon me. Let me jump over here and get DOSBox going. All right. Marvel 1, Marvel 2. Okay, so let's just try Marvel. See what that does. Heavy joystick. In this case, no. Oh God, we got to run it again in CGA, but we'll come back to that. Thank you, Sierra.
Robot emoji, rainbow emoji, computer emoji.
That's an accurate description of what's going on here. Oh, another Mr. Destroyer of Chaos crack, 1989-1208. Wait, hold on a second. Let's parse this. These are all the jobs. Professional football jerk. Professional toilet champion. Hang on. Is this doing Mad Libs? Do I get to just refresh this over and over and over and see different sets of hilarious words? Because I think, well, these ones at least look like they're pulled from a handwritten list. Oh my God. Oh, there's so much text. You can save your current position in the game by placing a bookmark in the... Okay, why does every version of this game come with like explanatory, like apologetic explanatory text? Like, sorry, we know you pirated this and don't have the manual. So this has a save feature. Holy shit. And they're calling it bookmark because, oh, I get it. Because it's a comic book, right? So it's save and load, except they called it B and R instead of S and R. Okay, I guess the S does toggle the sound. Anyway, to hear the ad-lib music, you must install your sound driver. Spidey has a limited number of webs he can shoot. That message is still present. This is so good. We get this message again. Well, okay, we obviously... Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank you, Drora.
Maximum listening pleasure.
We can't even hear the fucking TTS redeem.
Is this Big Blue Disc?
You know, I was sitting here turning down my main volume trying to make it better and only just now realized that that's turning down the redeem sound too. Good Lord. Wait, so this is an actual ad-lib file. I've never seen this file before. Okay, let's try this again. EGA, beginner, hi. What does the hobgoblin use for transportation? Oh yeah, Grad Falerna, definitely. Perp-mobile. Oh, the jank. Oh. Okay, we take that. Yes, that was trivia copy protection. Wow, this is not half bad. All right. This music's honestly, like, quite good. Let me look up the credits for this game. Huh. Okay, I don't know if I believe this, but Moby Games has the credits as original music composed by Adlib Inc. Now, I could believe that they either used like a default included demo song. God, do we think that's what they did? Do we think that that was a generic like Adlib, did I say Amiga? Adlib demo song? Let me look that up. Holy shit, what if that were true? Let's see. Adlib Gold demos? Oh my god. Oh, wait, okay, no, I thought that's what was going on. I just realized the game just started playing the same song again. Okay. I pulled up a YouTube video. Oh man, these certainly sound like the same instruments. Well, this ain't it, but let's step through these. Oops, I screwed up. Okay. All right, that's not it. That's not it. So far, none of these are it, but I'm certain it's a demo song. Wow, okay, none of these are it so far, but they all slap. You know, I just realized, wait, let me look in the folder for the game and just see if there's a file in here. Wouldn't it just be hilarious if that were just here? Oh, okay, so there's 3 files here called title.roll, win.roll, and lose.roll. And, like, that immediately makes me think that that's it. But, oh, well, when I open it, I see a tempo parameter. It's mostly binary, but, oh yeah, pop base 1. Okay, this is, yeah, these .roll files are definitely it. Oh yeah, definitely. These are full of instrument patches and whatnot. Okay. Well, I could keep digging into this, but I think we can safely assume that they just ripped a demo song right out of one of the Adlib discs and just go from there. Anyway, let's play the game. Okay, yeah, this genuinely does look better in EGA. Also, hang on. Wait. So, do you see in the upper left there, right below Captain America's face, there's like a hand, but it's sticking out of the, pardon me, sticking out of the panel? And then in the later panels, it does look like that's his hand, but like, why do they have it sticking out of the panel? And also, what's he pointing at? Okay, the roll format is created by Adlib for Adlib Visual Composer. That makes sense. Oh, whoa. Okay, the hand is indicating which panel you're on. oh, weird. They show you all the panels at first instead of hiding the ones that haven't happened yet. Whoa! Okay, that's not nearly as advanced an effect as it looks like, but... Oh, this looks so much better than the other one. Holy shit. Oh, whoa. 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 Okay, so they've made significant gameplay changes. I'll tell you that much. But, okay, I have several comments as soon as I figure out how to attack. Oh, boy. Oh, this is bad. I'm pressing every button, and nothing is making him attack. I've tried F1. I've tried Shift, Control, Alt. Oh my God. I'm gonna need the. Oh wait. Nope, that's not it either. Oh God, no. Wait, look how little damage the robot is doing. Whoa. Oh, there we go. There we go. Wait, why didn't that work earlier? I did that earlier. It didn't work. Okay, this is much better than the Amiga version, which isn't saying very much. Okay, and it has the exact same problem where if you get too close, you just punch right through them. Yeah. So there's a specific distance where he won't automatically throw his shield. He just slashes with it. Oh, God. Oh, no. Turn around. Cap, turn around. Come on, man. There. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, and this one actually has the brawler mechanic where you have to manually walk off the screen. Also, this is his jump animation. Oh, man. Yeah, these ports are really bad, but obviously a lot of this is like on purpose. Wait a minute, this follows a different... Oh, no. Okay. Fireballs. I don't remember that being in the comic in the first one. And yeah, this does very... Whoa. Oh, wait. They changed shit. Wait. What? I don't seem to be able to get off the screen. What are we doing here? Let's try... Yeah, I can't leave the screen. So, what am I doing? Do I just jump over this a whole bunch of times? Am I playing jump rope? Is this Captain America jump rope? Yes. We're just playing jump rope. And this one's going to make me duck instead of... Why is he moving so slowly? And there's nothing to do on this screen. What? What the hell? This is astonishing. All right, well, here we go again. As before. Boy, what an exciting video game. I do like that we have to manually leave the screen. Like, that's cool. But now we get to fight Machete. Oh, there's a bird. Everybody look, there's a bird. There's a bird, everyone. Holy shit, these backgrounds are so much better. Oh, hey, Spider-Man actually crawled in this time.
Bird alert.
Thank you, Androra. Okay, and also Machete is way less aggressive in this version than the Amiga one, so you can actually fight him despite the broken-ass... despite the broken-ass controls. Every time you take a step, there's like a half-second delay before you can take it. Flagman, webhead. Oh, okay, I get it. You see, it's supposed to be intimidating because that's where they'll hang our heads. Do you get it? Flagman. What an incredible way to... Whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa. You could crawl. I don't know what it gets you, but you could do it. Yeah, you can't attack from up there or anything. Nope. That's not what we want. Come on. Please move. Spider-Man, please move. I'm begging you. Sometimes, like, the controls just do nothing. And I don't know why. This shit is so busted. There. Oh! Like, I mean, the fact I've made it this far, it's definitely the better... definitely the better of them. Best port so far. Man. Wham. Flagman and Webhead. Like, Webhead reasonably sounds like an insult you might have seen a villain use in Marvel at this time, but Flagman is pretty weak. Oh, doing this again. So I think it's interesting that they added a... I think it's interesting that they actually added a fight in this one compared to the Amiga version. Or maybe the Amiga version took one out. You know, because I didn't get far enough with the Spectrum version to be sure. But that second robot fight was not there. God, this is either really easy or really hard, depending. Well, yeah, that's right, exactly, right? Like, wait, are we just fighting a gorilla, or is there a character named Gorilla? I like to imagine that we're just fighting like a random, just, you know, wild animal, or I guess a captive one. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so once again, I'm having the problem of him just like ignoring certain inputs. Holy shit! That gorilla just come on, what's the name of that wrestling move? Somebody help me out here. Holy shit. Suplex, thank you. I just got suplexed by this gorilla. Yeah, he just always does that. Clonk. Holy shit. Yeah, so I think if I'm using backflips to traverse, I think it causes problems, because if you're too far to one side or the other to backflip, if you don't have the room for it, then I think it just won't. It just ignores the input rather than sending you as far as it can and then running into the wall. Boy, look at this low budget Wolverine they got down here. Zam. Boy, howdy. Again, I'm just astonished I've made it this far, but, like, I don't think there's any way to get health back. So at this point, like, I'm pretty much guaranteed to die. Well, except this guy's trapped in a pattern where he can't hit me, so... Oh, no. He's no longer trapped. No. Sometimes the button that makes him turn around just doesn't work. Oh, no. We were doing so well, and now he just, like, he won't turn around all of a sudden. Oh, there it is. New York is destroyed. Holy shit. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Okay, that was absolutely terrific. The R is basically a load game. Okay, let's play something that I think is going to be of superior quality. I may be jumping the gun here, but I have to believe that there's a future in all of this. So, Batman. You know what? I forgot to change the now playing for the last game. Oh, well. So this is, yeah, Batman Returns for the Amiga. Batman. Batman, Batman. Okay, and I think I can... Yeah, I can go ahead and squunch this down. I'm sure the aspect ratio is going to fit. Wait, is this... Okay, this is a pretty cool scene, but are we in the game? Or... Oh. I think we're in the game. Oh, yeah, we are. My controller turned itself off because I wasn't using it. Oh, no! Okay, so this is obviously much better than the last thing, but, like... The jump physics are incredible. Okay, so... Okay, so... Basically, if you jump from a near standstill, then you do a short jump. But if you get going for more than a step or two, then you do a long jump. And I'm sure this is like a real... I'm sure this is a something that's going to get you killed in platforming later. Yes, that sound is the disc just constantly spinning. Good pickup. And I should point out that, like, that could be an emulator bug, but it very well could be a real thing, because the Amiga really loves to just run the disk drive and, you know, when doing nothing with it. So if I hold fire, I can run. Now, I think we're in some sort of neutral area right now. I've never seen this movie, so I don't know what any of this represents, but I think we're in some sort of neutral area at the moment, so I don't have any combat moves. Okay, yeah, and this loops. So is this a hub zone? Is this how we pick a level to play? I mean, if so, it's not working very well. Okay, I've been pressing up and down. Oh my god. Video games, right? Let's try this one. No? No? Okay. No? Okay. Holy shit. What do we... Yeah, like, in terms of, like, feeling like the movie, I'm sure they've nailed it. But in every other regard, what? Yeah, right? Like, do we have to press a button somewhere else? Or, like, let me go to game focus mode. Nope, nothing doing. Okay. Let me read the blurb for this game. Is there something to it I'm not getting? Oh, you know what? The file load... Oh, okay. The file it loaded up is actually described as some kind of tech demo. So I think we actually loaded the wrong disk. Oh. Huh. Did this ever get replaced? Released? It sounds like it did get released, but apparently I don't have the actual functioning version. Let me look this up. Okay, yeah, so there is a real game, but why I don't have it, I don't know. Huh. All right, let me check real quick and just see if I have another copy of this that does work. Please hold. This is the first time this has happened, I think. Yeah, it's literally just like a tech demo. Okay, let me check my collection here. B. Launchbox occasionally does not correctly recognize all the different files associated with the game. Ah, yeah, and it looks like that's what's happened here. Okay. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, there are actually a bunch of different versions of it. It just loaded the wrong one. Okay, so let me close that and then reopen. Play version. What do we want here? We'll do the T+13 Esprit Inc. version. This should work better. Whew. Okay, so Batman Returns is the terrible Amiga Batman game. All right, good to know. Okay, the fact that this appears to start with all the cheats turned on is concerning. Oh, right. I always forget that you have to use the mouse to get through most of these cracked rows. All right. Konami? Really? Wait. What did they have to do with this? In conjunction with some random Amiga developer, right? So did Konami just have an exclusive on this game license at the time and then subcontracted this one out? That's got to be it, right? Whoa, that's a hell of a logo. I'm digging that logo. So far, this is looking remarkably well constructed compared to other things we've usually played. This music is pretty dope so far. This shit sounds like Mega Man X. Well, that's probably just a screen grab from the movie. This is pretty cool so far. I don't think there's any way to advance this faster. I think you just have to wait. Yeah, it's at least this and Rise of the Triad, you're correct. This just looks like the Batman piece on fire. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be a port or just like a completely, from scratch new idea. Okay, here we go. Wow, I am already dead. Holy shit. Hilarious. Oh my god. Okay, so like the color they flash when they get hurt, that tells you their current health level, right? Well, no, because... Nope, that's not it. So is it just random? The music's good. I'm not seeing any strategy to the combat other than exactly this. It looks like you can do a high kick and a low kick by pressing different directions. And then there's a jump kick that seems pretty effective. Oh, we got some money. Wow, there's no walking speed in this one. He just books. Whoa! What the hell? That is incredibly hard to avoid. Oh, maybe I'm not supposed to. Maybe I'm supposed to climb on... Oh, fuck. Okay, so this game looked better than the others, but it isn't. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Yeah, like, this is definitely better than the last... This is the Groovy Dude table. This must be a reference to the movie or something. Press fire. Oh, and then it just... Oh, we're just right back in it. Wait. Did I not fight enough guys to proceed this time? Because I can't go to the right. The music is so good, but like... Okay. The fact there's like no sound effects when you get hit just sucks. Okay, so yeah, do you have to get this in order to proceed? Is that what's going on? It would seem so. And then I think you have to do this irritating jumping puzzle in order to get past that guy. No, I think you do actually have to fight this guy. Good Lord. Okay, well that's why the game started with all the cheats already on. And yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. I'll bet if we load up the Genesis or the SNES version, they are completely different. That's usually how this goes. Here, let's see. Batman Returns. I'm sure I have both. Let's see. Oh, I do have both, but unfortunately they are, my ROM paths are screwed up. Wait a minute, only for that version. Okay, there we go. Saga Genesis, the French. Whoa! Oh, this one just puts you straight into the attract mode as soon as you start. Okay, yeah, this is a completely different, totally unrelated game. Ha! Though again, the music just pops. Boy, we sure got some video gameism going on here. These are video game phenomenon. If I drop down here, do I die? Yeah. Ow. Oh yeah, this is a video game. Who made this? Malibu Interactive. Either American or British. This has a number of the qualities of American and British games from this era. E.g. Stuff just drips down from the ceiling and hurts you for some reason. Wow. Well, I don't think I can get out of this one. He's got like spidey webs, but they're not very good. Yeah, this looks more like just a video game for sure, but let's not get too complacent here. I don't know that I would call this good either. This is pretty jank. And like, just look how ugly the art is, right? Like, look at this stone column to my left. Like, this doesn't look very good. This looks like they bit crushed it from a higher resolution image, and you know, or sorry, a higher color depth picture. And frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. So, if you want to go straight up, you can look up and he'll do a Bionic Commando grappling hook thing. But the thing is, it takes a moment before it works. So if you're like on the ground and like I'm holding up and jumping, but if I wait a moment, then he looks up, and now he'll do that at any time. Kind of interesting controls there. but definitely not a good game. Just better, I think, than what we did have there. Which, you know... Oh, Jesus. Wait, what the hell? Oh! We got, like, Castlemania stairs here, kinda. Wow, look at the way he climbs these stairs. That's so strong. Oh, the game is cropped. Okay, thank you, somebody, for finally... Who was that? Shadowhog, thank you. Somebody has finally used the sad horn correctly. Yeah, I think Batman might be punching dudes so hard they explode. This is post-Frank Miller Dark Knight, right? So, you know, I don't know if you noticed this, but the beginning where he jumps up into the spotlight right before the level loads is the exact pose from the cover of the Dark Knight, which probably was not a mistake. Oh, cool. Was that just a bomb? I think that's just a bomb? I thought it might be something I was supposed to catch, but it turns out it just fucks me up. I love the way this dude climbs inclines. This is so good. This game suffers from a Sonic the Hedgehog syndrome, wherein you can't really see anything. You can only see like one platform at a time, and so you just oh cool, all right, to wit. You can't really tell where you're supposed to go. You just have to like do these like blind leaps of whoa. You just have to do a bunch of blind leaps of faith and hope that, you know, you'll just happen to find the way out. Well, this is better than Captain America, Spider-Man fight, you know, Doctor Doom. I'll give you that. Oh, shit! I think I'm beating her in the DPS rush here. Nope, that was my health, not hers. Okay, well, this isn't very good. The music's good, but that's about it. So that was the Genesis version. Now, just for kicks, I also have a Master System version here. Let's take a quick look at that. This is a really late Master System game. Holy shit. Bird? Oh, it's bird time. You're right. Hello. For anybody who doesn't know, this is a live feed of the bird feeder in my backyard, and wow. I don't seem to have the SNES version handy right now. I'm going to try and find it in a minute. But we're just going to check out a couple other versions first. There he goes. Perfect. Oh, wow. Holy sh... Again, a completely different game. This was really such a fascinating era of video games because quote-unquote porting just wasn't then what it is now. Well, if Thor likes it, then it's got to be the best version. Like, nowadays, you know, we think of like, oh, this game got ported. We think, oh, okay, so there's like 6 nearly identical versions on different platforms, and the only, you know, real, you know, difference between them is that they have different, you know, colors, different, like, you know... Oh, thank you, Kyra Fox.
Bird.
That's true. That's so true, fam. But yeah, we think of like on a later version of you know, once we get to the you know, 32-bit era, as it were, this is less of a thing. But like in the 8-bit era, when a game got ported from one machine to another, it was just so frequently a completely different game. And there's a bunch of reasons for it, right? I mean, one of them we can imagine is that a lot of the time the developers just didn't have access to any assets for the game they were being asked to port. There's also the fact that maybe those assets were inappropriate to the platform they were porting to. If you were, for instance, the Mash system, I think the resolution on it's much lower than others. So they, and of course the color depth is. What the fuck? Wait, huh? What? Wait, why? What the hell? Why did that kill me? Yes, there is an Atari Lynx version. We're going to play that. There are so many stories from this era of developers who were like, they got hired to port a game, and then the original developer just disappears, like just will not pick up the phone, and so they have this contract to port like Mortal Kombat or whatever, but they have no art, they've got no assets, they got nothing, but they're being asked to produce like an accurate port, and so what do? They end up like buying the games separately and then ripping the ROMs and reverse engineering them. But that only works when the game already exists. That's what you do. But yeah, these games were probably independently developed. There probably wasn't anything to crib from, we imagine. And so, all these developers got given the same task at the same time and just accomplished it in different ways. And that just doesn't happen anymore for, a whole bunch of like obvious reasons. But it was a really interesting way of doing it. And also, and I think what I've heard, I think Jeremy Parish at this point no longer believes the whole business about, Nintendo required you to make your game different. If you were going to publish it on multiple platforms, the Nintendo version had to be unique. That's supposedly what, Nintendo's developer guidelines said. But I think Jeremy Parish has started to cast some doubt on whether that ever really happened or whether it's just rumors. However, if it didn't, like, it'd be hard to tell, because certainly, like, yeah, when games ended up on the NES, they were almost never very similar to the versions from other platforms. There were almost always huge differences. And you look at that and you go like, well, okay, I can see why Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo aren't doing that now for their sake. Basically, they don't want to sacrifice a console sale because they don't have the right version of a game, right? And to that end, like, okay, that does make sense. If you invested, $400 or $500 in a PlayStation 5, only to find out, whoops, you're not going to get to participate in all, the same games as everybody else. Okay, that does suck. However, in the fullness of time, it did make the industry richer. In retrospect, the fact that we have different versions of a whole lot of games for different platforms is a cool thing. And even if it wasn't ever necessarily a good idea economically, it definitely increased the variety. And, from a pure consumer standpoint, ignoring the money aspect, that's a good thing. And so you sort of wish that it happened more often. I think a lot about how, in terms of, I think a lot about how, oh shit, I thought I was going to be able to get past that guy in time. This is a much better game than any of the other versions we played, like, holy shit. Oh, shit. Wait, no. But I dodged that. Wow, his no! Wow, that hit detection sucks. It is Karnov, that's true. Wow, okay, so that game isn't good either. Holy crap. A thing I think about a lot is a favorite topic of mine when talking about, like, movies and whatnot, is that I think it's fascinating how in the history of acting there were, for centuries and centuries, there was no association between a given actor and a given character. Or I mean, I'm sure there were actors who became famous in their day for, performing a particular character very well. There had to have been, people who did Shakespeare really, really well, and just, for the duration of their life, they were known as like the guy to go see playing a given role. But it wasn't really until movies came along that people started thinking of a given character as, being played by a particular actor. And yet, in the fullness of time, that ended up not sticking, even for the ones that we're, really familiar with. And so, the classic example that I use is like James Bond. You can have a preferred Bond. You can have a particular Bond actor that you like, but nobody would ever say that, only one person could ever play him. It's obviously not true. And not only that, but there's now been multiple interpretations of Bond. So like, there may have been a point where somebody was like, oh no, the only good one was, I don't know, Sean Connery. But at this point, that person has probably changed their mind. It just took long enough for somebody else to play the role in a way that they liked. But sooner or later, there's going to be at least two Bonds that you like. And neither one feels like a cheap stand-in, right? Like, right, but there you go, right? Like Han Solo. Yeah, nobody else could play him. So why is that? Why is it that Bond is malleable, but Han Solo isn't? Why is it that Batman is malleable and can be played by 1,000 different people, but like Jason Bourne isn't? Like you couldn't make you couldn't make a new one of those movies without Christ, who is it? Matt Damon? I can never remember. It wouldn't fly. I don't think. At least a lot of people would never be cool with it. But yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? Is like, for what it's worth, there were only 3 movies with Han Solo in them, and then there was like a 20-year gap. And so, yeah, there's that to it. Oh, did they make a Bourne movie with another guy? Really? Shit. I'm looking this up. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, so they did. I did not know that. Wow, it's been a while too. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. They made a new one, but Jason Bourne isn't in it. And he's not in it because Matt Damon didn't want to do another movie. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, to my point. Yeah, so but Demord, I don't really agree with that. Like, there are common elements to James Bond that don't change. And right, so that's the thing, right? Is that it really depends on whether the character is written around the actor or vice versa. There were a lot of things about Han Solo that were different in the original original script. Wait, was it? Shit, I suddenly can't remember if screenplay is only applicable to TV or if it applies to movies too. Crap. I knew this up until the moment I just said that, and then it fell out of my fucking brain. But anyway, Han Solo said a lot of things that Harrison Ford couldn't say up until they shot the movie. So anyway, the point is that there are characters that are malleable and there are characters that are not, but that's only applicable in the film era. The fact that we have a version of a character that can endure, decade after decade after decade unchanged, makes it possible for these sort of associations to be established. But it used to be that, it was impossible for that sort of thing to happen because, you literally, if you were born, 40 years apart from somebody else, there's no way you could both agree on, who was the best performer in a given play because that person was dead. One of you had seen them and the other one never could. And so, just film is necessary for this sort of canon portrayal to be possible. Anyway, but likewise for, many other forms of media, I think that theater gives us a template for the idea that, maybe a given idea for a story or a character should be constantly reinterpreted. You know, that there's value in just having a bunch of different people get the license and throw their own spaghetti at the wall and see what comes out. And, you know, there's a lot of different versions of this in pop culture, right? Like how music used to consist almost entirely of standards, and you didn't go to see a given band to hear their songs nearly so much as you were hearing them performing well-known music. So what you were appreciating was their interpretation or their execution of a piece of music that you probably already knew. And then, you know, of course, that became much less broadly accepted. And, you know, nowadays, if somebody performs a piece of music that somebody else wrote, we give it a derogatory name. We call it a cover. And we don't consider it as valid as the original, initial performance. We consider it a, not necessarily inferior product, but certainly one that will eternally stand in the shadow of that original performance. And that's kind of weird because, I mean, again, like we just didn't do that for centuries. And I don't know, I guess it's just not really clear why we don't anymore. And, you know, I guess to a certain extent, I wonder to what degree, quote unquote modern concepts of intellectual property are bad, just bad for everyone. You know, like obviously, yes, you know, I get why copyright exists. I get how it protects artists' rights. I get how that's important, et cetera, et cetera. But I think the fact that every James Bond was still an Eon production, I don't know that's necessary, well, except for that one. I don't know that's necessarily a good thing. And, you know, I guess the reason it's like that is because Eon doesn't want to license out James Bond to somebody else. They make their own interpretation. Everybody loves that. And then Eon stops being the company you have to go to if you want a James Bond, right? So I get why it's like this. But from a cultural standpoint, I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it gets us what we want. And that's just my opinion on it. Anyway. Please hold. Oh my God, which one of these am I using? Fuck it, we'll use this one. All right. Oh man, that was a good transition. So this is the actual Konami Batman Returns for the Super Nintendo. Oh yeah, sorry. I just. See, I remember to update the now playing. Not sure if I agree with the windowed text here. I'm not sure if that's getting us what we want. Christmas's approach. Wow, why is the text wrapped in this way? This is so strange. Oh, we got a digitized photo there? Pretty sure? Okay, I'm going to skip this intro. This is very long. It does look good, but it's very long. Batman. Emulator jank in 2025? Hardly. We've had the SNES nailed for... Whoa! Okay, I thought this was gameplay. I wonder if there is going to be a level like that. it seems weird to implement that and then not make an actual playable level out of it. Well, who knows? Because okay, so those motorcycle dudes must be from the movie because they were in the last version as well. Okay, yeah. So bread and butter. That's a brawler, baby. See, here's the thing. For all my blowharding about how we should have different versions of every game, this is the only one we've played out of what, 4 or 5 so far that is the least bit good. The others were intolerably bad. Batman Punch. You know about this? You all hear about this character Batman? Yeah, he's real strong apparently. That's the idea. This is a fantasy scenario about what if a man was very strong. Oops. What am I... what's this? Oh, the jump kick. Duh. If I can line it up, jeez. There we go. Oops. It's hard to line up. There we go. Mini boss version of character. I don't know, this doesn't seem like the hottest brawler, if I'm perfectly honest. Like, it's okay. I was about to dunk on that guy for just like, nice work, man. You sure fired that bazooka nowhere near me. But then he hit me, and so, because I just walked into it, so I guess I'm the dipshit now. There's a lot of grace notes to this that are good, like including all the, you know, just civilians, you know, running away, so you get the notion that he's actually, you know, this is what he's all about, you know. I don't know if you knew this, but Batman, yeah, he saves people. That's the idea. Oh, I actually bit it? Oh, okay. I like that you could throw them up in the Z-axis. You throw them back against the wall. Like, at first I thought he was throwing them up into the ceiling, but then I realized he's just, like, throwing them back on the stage. That's an interesting decision. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah, don't worry about it. He has not killed anyone. All these guys are fine. They're just, yeah, they're just knocked out. So, like, I always thought this was interesting. I've been reading a lot of comic books lately, you know, and back in the 60s, at least, you know, the you know, mid-Silver Age, you know, they're all sort of struggling to figure out how to work around not only their you know, directly acknowledged audience of kids, but also obviously the Comics Code Authority. And so, yeah, like, obviously, you know, nobody is supposed to kill. And then, you know, later on when you get into, like, you know, Chris Claremont X-Men and whatnot, that becomes way less mandatory. The X-Men in particular kill a lot of people. Never normal humans, with, like, one exception. Like, I think Cameron Hodge is technically... Well, and they didn't kill him, but they did try. Anyway, they do kill people, and there's a lot of nonsense about this. I read this thing about how Jim Shooter, the editor-in-chief at Marvel throughout the 60s and 70s, and I think maybe some of the 80s, Jim Shooter apparently was, like, very good at his job in some senses, but also sort of a ridiculous character in others with, like, really silly ideas. I mean, the guy started at DC in, like, the 50s, I think, and so I think he never quite got over that experience and, like, adapted to the changing world. And so there's this story that's not even like a rumor. This is something he himself said in an interview. Just for some reason, he admitted this, that he had given instructions to everybody at Marvel that they were supposed to, like, everybody working on X-Men was supposed to figure out how to make any of the deaths not real. There had been multiple on-screen deaths, on-page deaths by the time this, he had made this directive. And he's like, no, figure out how to make it all not have happened. And like Chris Claremont is sitting there going like, Wolverine has killed people on screen. He shoved his claws through their throat and then stood over their dead body. This is impossible. And apparently Jim Shooter gave him just this absurd directive that he needed to include some sort of scene where like Professor X is like mailing checks out to all the families of people they killed, as if that fixes it. And this didn't happen. He apparently did give this instruction and it was ignored. But the point is, like, I don't remember if the Comics Code actually said that they couldn't kill people. I don't think it necessarily did. They were just real cagey about it. But obviously, like, by the time this, was going on, by the mid-70s, like, it was possible. It was not, it was not, they could do it if they wanted to, and occasionally did. And yet, the amount of, like, mental gymnastics that was being done to try to work around this was just immense. And so that's why, I think this is, a lot of why The Dark Knight was such a big deal, because, much like all the what-if stuff that, that had already been done, literally in the case of Marvel, but also, I think in DC as well. The whole idea is if you say it's not canon, then you can portray all these terrible things, and then it doesn't besmirch the brand and ruin the character, right? And so, yeah, The Dark Knight gives us a Batman who's willing to do severe bodily harm to people. And I don't remember if he actually kills anybody in that one either. I don't think he does. But there is this well-known sequence, I think, I certainly always remember it, where Batman, like, absolutely, like, breaks all the bones in a guy's arm. And I can't remember the line about it, but like in the very next panel, he like breaks both of a dude's legs as well. It's just like really just these two panels just full of bone crunching noises. And the thought balloon is like, he'll never walk again. He'll never hurt anybody either. So like, obviously this is a lot more hard edged, right? And he still isn't killing anybody. And here's the thing. I think about this constantly. There's this notion, I've never looked into this to find out how much validity there is to it, but like most of my life, I've been hearing these like rumors about kids like accidentally killing their friends with like wrestling moves, and stuff like that. Kids just like, emulating what they see on the TV or whatever, and not realizing the risk inherent in it. And like, okay, obviously, bird, that's true. Let's take a bird break. Obviously, like, yes, that can happen. It doesn't happen very much, but it could happen. I just don't know if it really actually has resulted in deaths or if that's just like once in a blue moon sort of thing, where you're more likely to get hit by lightning than killed by your friend doing a suplex on you. But the thing that I think about a lot is how an awful lot of fiction, tremendous amounts of fiction, depends on the idea of rendering people unconscious using either drugs or by hitting them on the back of the head. The first one is really not, it's not tremendously reliable, right? Like you can't go, okay, I'm going to sneak up on this person and drug them with something, and be sure they're going to survive that experience and get knocked out. Like they don't make any drugs that are that reliable. Much like that whole thing that happened with the hostage situation in the theater in Russia back in like 2007 or whatever, where like they tried to gas everybody, but it turns out that sleeping gas is a fake idea from comic books, and so we don't exactly know what they used, but they just like killed a whole bunch of people with the stuff. And yeah, chloroform does not work that way. It just doesn't. It is a completely made up fictional thing. And then like you look at the prototypical notion of the, your like stealth action character, your hitman, etc., who is blackjacking people to knock them out. That's not real. That's just not real. Like, you cannot reliably render somebody unconscious without killing them by hitting them on the head. That's just not a thing at all. If you hit somebody hard, you are taking a 50-50 risk of killing them. Just end of discussion. And even if you don't kill them, they might just end up maimed or, brain damaged or whatever. And so, like, there's no way to do this that works, and yet vast quantities of fiction depend on the idea that it does. And I think about this all the time, how we don't really have a way to fix this, because it turns out that violence is violence and there's no way to avoid it. If you're going to attack somebody, no matter how you're going to attack them, you are taking, there's a reason that the criminal justice system has the concept of felony murder, because the whole idea is, if you go into a situation intending to perform violence or many other types of violent act, you are as good as agreeing to kill somebody. Whether nobody dies doesn't matter. The point is that you acted with reckless disregard. If you're going into a bank with a gun, you are deciding that you are deciding to be in a situation where you might take somebody's life. And so if that does happen, then it's treated as if you did it on purpose. That's really good reasoning. I like it. I think it makes a lot of sense, because there just is no way to perform violence on somebody without potentially maiming or killing them. There's no example. Tasers don't work. Gas doesn't work. Blackjacks don't work. It's all made up. It's all a fantasy. The idea that you can hurt somebody without hurting them is just not real. And yet comic books depend on this. Movies depend on this. Everything depends on this, because otherwise, man, shit is a lot more bleak, right? Like, it's the reason that, like, the spy thriller is so dependent on this, is because the reality of spycraft is that because you can't render people, you can't neutralize someone without killing them. The actual reality of spycraft consists almost entirely of either cat burglary, where you go in and go out and no one ever knows you were there, or just paying cutouts, just paying people to defect to give you information so you don't have to go in and get it yourself, and do sabotage and whatnot. People who are supposed to be there, just turning them. That's how most spycraft works. Because if you're a spy and you're in a situation where somebody is about to catch you, your only option is to kill them and then run as fast and as far as you can. Nothing else works. But that doesn't make for a very good movie or book, and so we have to have this fantasy, and yet it's so pervasive. It's everywhere, absolutely everywhere, and it's such a weird concept. I wonder how far back it goes, right? Did you ever think about this? You go back, if you were to go back 100 years, do you find portrayals of people getting quote unquote knocked out in fiction? It feels like no. It feels like it appears more recently, but I'm not sure. It's obviously like it's an expedient, right? But it feels like sort of this elephant in the room that's always there in any form of mildly violent fiction, like Batman. Batman, portrays a really interesting mix of power fantasies, because oh, that's right. Yeah. People do get knocked out all over the place in, like, detective stories. That's true. Yeah, to Toast Point's point, right? As life slowly became less violent and fewer people became familiar with the experience of fighting. Not that it used to be a pervasive thing, but I think any given person in, like, the mid 19th century probably knew somebody who had been in a pretty big fight, probably several people, but and had maybe even witnessed a fight of some kind. Me, I have never seen a fist fight. I've not only never been in one, I have never seen one in my entire life. I have never seen a human being strike another human being. The idea is incomprehensible to me. I can't picture how it could happen, Even in situations in my life where somebody deserved it, it's never even crossed my mind. And so that I think just was not nearly as true 100 odd years ago. And so as we as we move forward into I was homeschooled, Kyle, after sixth grade. Like I saw some grade school kids get in scuffles, but it was always just words and like mean glares. Nobody ever threw a punch. Um, but oh yeah, and I guess that's true too. Like people just got injured by things more often back then, that sort of thing. Maybe living on a farm, you were more familiar with the realities of getting injured, but not everybody had that experience either. Anyway, the point is though that like Batman represents a whole stack of fantasies. It's not just the idea of what if you were very strong and so people couldn't hurt you, and also what if you were very strong so you could hurt people, in revenge, and also what if you were very strong and you could, do something about the boogeymen in society, right? Making yourself not just defending yourself, but making yourself part of the solution. And also, another of the fantasies is what if that wasn't an unsustainable, extremely bad idea like all vigilantism? And another of the fantasies is what if it didn't cause any long-term harm, even to the people who you're fighting, so that you don't need to have ethical worries about whether what you're doing is right. Basically, the way I'd put it, and the way that again, I think the criminal justice system tends to see any form of violence is if you're going to do it, you better be right. Um, we've always had criminal justice, and we've always had reputations damaged by being violent, right? It is true that like in the Wild West, for instance, the law was much less effective and it was much easier to get away with things. And I'm sure there were places where, yeah, you could just kill a guy because he looked at you wrong and probably nothing would happen. But that's never been 100% true, right? It has always been the case that, if you got in a bar fight with somebody in 1856, and he ended up dead, there was a good chance that, 6 weeks later, the law was going to catch up with you and hang you for it, right? There's not been a time in the modern era, in at least, the United States. I don't know, how things work elsewhere, how the process has developed there. But at least, since the United States was founded, we've always had like a fairly tight, legal system that works much like it does now. And yet, if you didn't kill somebody, there was probably much less chance of getting an assault conviction, 120 years ago than there is now. Nowadays, by and large, if you live in anything within 10 degrees of polite society, if you punch somebody, you're going to end up in jail for some length of time over it. And I think that's something that has changed. I think that you go back a century and a basic fist fight is not likely to generate charges. Nowadays, it's just incredibly likely that if you get in a fight with somebody, no matter who they are or how far the fight goes, the cops are probably going to show up at your door. And that puts us further and further and further away from the idea that violence could, that your personal violence could ever affect change in the world around you. Not just, yourself personally, but, you have this notion in your head that, if somebody attacked me or came into my house, or whatever, that I could conceivably fight them off. But if you saw that happening to somebody else, would you be willing to go get yourself involved? The longer we go on, the more and more our brains are filled with the idea of liability over those things. And for good reason, because as time has gone on, we've become more and more conscious of the complexity of life in our, civilization, and that, you just don't know what you don't know, right? And so it's become, safer and safer to hold back, call the cops, not get involved, etc. And so the further away from that we get, the more frequently you see some sort of injustice of one kind or another and have this thought in your head, man, I wish I could do something about it, but you're just so many degrees away from being able to do anything about it. At best, you could maybe call the cops, and even if you believe in that sort of thing, there's a good chance they'll show up and do nothing either. And so as time goes on, the fantasy of being able to do something about all of the injustice you see in the world, no matter how far away from you it is, just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Especially, and this is an interesting thing to me, when you think about the lesser injustices. Obviously, Batman starts out, dealing with gangsters who are killing people and, smuggling drugs and, all this other stuff. But then as time goes on, once you get up into like the 60s and 70s, when like the stories are getting a bit richer and there's more like persistent backstories and whatnot, you start seeing some really questionable situations in comic books where like, somebody, some minor superhero is like going in and involving themselves in like a domestic dispute that didn't involve any violence. And you're sitting there thinking to yourself like, wait a minute, hang on a second. How do we get all the way from Batman, it's okay for Batman to be a vigilante because he's beating up gangsters, to it's okay for Batman to like see that someone is being rude to his girlfriend and go intimidate that guy? Like, whoa, time out. It's like an illustration of the slippery slope that they couldn't have planned. But I've read some comics from like the 70s and 80s where stuff like that happens, and it's obvious that the writers it never occurred to them that what they're portraying is like utterly unreasonable behavior. That the superhero has very much gotten out of their own hands, and that they could lampshade that, right? Like a TV show from the same era might have used this to illustrate how somebody was, losing their focus on even what it's okay for them to do. Once you're a vigilante, once you've beaten people up, for bad things, then how long does it take before you start thinking, well, I could beat that guy up for just because I don't like him, just because he's an asshole. But you can't beat people up for being assholes, right? And then, of course, you get into, sort of the legalism where at some point these superheroes start running into villains that are just like your brother kicking you under the table going, show me what law I broke. You're gonna come beat me up and tie me up for the police. They're just gonna let me go because you can't kill me. See, your code doesn't let you kill me, and I haven't done anything anybody else can prove. So all you can do is turn me into the cops, who are just going to apologize and let me go. So you're powerless, and this starts to create a lot more tension in comic books that, at least as far as I've read, Marvel has not figured out how to solve. They're still struggling really hard with this. And, well, hey, I mean, if you're playing comic book games, I don't know. I think it's hard not to at some point just stop and sit back and go, Jesus, how do we get from the basic ideas of the early eras of superheroes where everything made sense, as it were, right, to where we were 50 years later. In the same way that, Captain America starts out as a World War II hero, and everybody was on board with World War II, right? Like, nobody had a difference of opinion on World War II with well, there were a few people, but generally speaking, everybody agreed that it was, in everyone's best interest to prosecute that war against the Nazis. Except for people who just thought that no war was acceptable ever, and they largely got ignored at that point in time. And so Captain America was this very simple idea at first. He's just the most American soldier at a time when nobody had any beef with American soldiers. And then as the decades go by, that starts getting less and less and less pure. I've not read much of Captain America, but I've read summary of how the characters developed, and apparently, it took a very long time for him to mention Vietnam. Even after it was, quote unquote, all over, it took a very long time for Vietnam to ever come up because, not a popular war, and you don't really want to take a character like that who's portrayed as this unalloyed, good that everyone, even if you don't like the military, in his original incarnation, he's fighting Nazis. What is there to beef with, right? Anyone can like that. But then once the Nazis aren't there, what are you going to do? Put them up against the Viet Cong? How good's that going to feel? Is everyone going to like that? Are you going to be able to portray it in a positive way? Yeah, so they just didn't. And then he ended up just being sort of a more, generic superhero. This is why, as we go up through the 20th century, so many, characters that used to, deal with, after the Cold War petered out, we just didn't know what to do with characters, heroes of all sorts in fiction, and so we had to have them all start fighting drug lords. That was the only way to make it work, because once you get past World War II, maybe Korea. I think there might have been more people supporting Korea than Vietnam. It was not, I think, seen as the same sort of clusterfuck. But certainly by the time you get to Vietnam, it just nobody wants to hear about the enemy, And so, of course, intrigue with the Russians in particular continued throughout the next couple of decades. But then, of course, the wall fell, and like that whole topic just evaporated. And so, what do you do, right? And I also think it's interesting that likewise a lot of 80s movies and comic books struggle with trying to figure out what these villains are doing. It reminds me of the whole trope in video games in particular, the double dragon thing, where like, oh, your girlfriend's been kidnapped, and so you have to go rescue her So you have to go rescue her because she's been kidnapped, right? They kidnapped her, so you have to go rescue her before they, because they might. You have to go rescue her before, because they kidnap, and they never, they don't quite mention why you might kidnap. Yeah, that doesn't come up because, shit, it turns out that, crimes. Violent crime sucks, and it's not very fun, and it's pretty unpleasant to look at. And so, comic books in the mainstream at this point in time, I mean, you look at, I haven't seen this movie, but I've seen consistent elements from each of the games we've played, so I can sort of get a feeling of it, and it looks goofy, right? But it has to, right? You've got to exaggerate these villains. You have to make them super villains. You have to make them look ridiculous. Because otherwise you might have to otherwise you might have to talk about why they're the way that they are and what they actually want. And either A, they want something, that's crazy and revolting and not very fun to think about, or they want something absurd, world domination, or, they're just going to kill everybody, which, the more murder you do, the easier it is for us to stomach. And it's a weird thing. If somebody kills one person, that can look awful. You can feel terrible about it. But if they kill 1 million people, then it just sort of, yes, obviously they're more bad, but it just feels much less personal. It feels more like a force of nature you're dealing with, And then, you stack on top of that the whole, Nazi thing. A lot of supervillains are more or less modeled after, all the Nazis were clowns, absolute fucking clowns, just ridiculous characters with no consistent ideology, just shifting rapidly from inventing one guy to be mad at to a different guy the next moment, shifting loyalties. A lot of them were just nuts, and just had no consistency whatsoever. And so they make really good villains because they were so pathetic and busted that, there's just, you don't for 1 second think, well, what's his story? Why is he like this? Doesn't matter. He's just bad. He's just essentially just like a natural disaster for all intents and purposes. You need to kill him. End of discussion, right? And, oh, we got birds? Oh, he left already. Damn it. But thank you, Aurora.
Motherfucking bird alert.
There it is. And so, comic books have this, have to straddle this weird position of basically filling their pages with characters that are basically modeled after the Nazis, in terms of being ridiculous, but not doing the things the Nazis did because they were so gut-wrenching. No, see, Trig, if you go read about them, it turns out that, no, there were a bunch of, high-ups that had really weird facet, like obsessions, completely different from the ones we're generally familiar with, and just a lot of the other Nazis didn't like them, because they were always just trying to push their weird little agendas that were even stranger than the larger ones. Like, I know it sounds really weird to say, like, I'm not saying there were worse Nazis. I'm saying there were weirder ones that even the other Nazis thought were weird, and a lot of them were in positions of a lot of power. It's like all these people sucked, but in this vast array of different ways. And so, yeah, they were all clowns, they were all ridiculous, and it softens it in a certain way. Like, yes, we had to go kill all of them. We had to put them all in the Hague at a bare minimum. But, you know, it's so much easier to deal with that when you don't have to sympathize with them at all, right? But in the case of, like, you know, Batman here, it's better if they're not that wild, right? If they're so silly that it's easy to just forget that, you know, that they're being violent. But then if Batman were to drill one of them in the head with a gun, yes, I know Batman's not supposed to use guns, but I'm just saying if he did, that would be shocking, right? It would just be awful. It would just ruin the tone of the whole thing. You know, when it comes down to it, like, despite the fact that the stakes in these stories are always portrayed as being very high, in practical terms, they really aren't. So supervillains are portrayed as being deeply, irrevocably, and infinitely evil, and yet they're never allowed to actually behave that way, because it would be, not only would it be extremely unpleasant to look at, you know, we would not want to see somebody actually committing lots of murders or worse in a story, especially a graphical one, but also then the superhero would be mandated to use great violence against them, and we don't want to see that either, right? And so the end result is, yeah, Batman has to always be the only person who could fight a given villain. That villain has to be stopped at all costs. That villain is planning on doing something absolutely horrible, but you could never actually feel like they're as bad as you're being told they are. You know? Like, I had not read Batman until very recently. And so I did. I started reading some of the, like, you know, bigger named story arcs you're supposed to read. And it turns out that, yeah, the Joker just shoots people in the head. He just murders people, right? And, like, I knew this notionally, but, like, every single time he shows up, he kills people. His body count is, like, thousands by the time you get to the 80s. Ever since, like, his first appearance, the guy has always just murdered people, right? Which is weird, because a lot of supervillains never seem to be able to close the deal, right? They're always talking about all this terrible stuff, and it just never seems to come to fruition. But no, that guy kills motherfuckers. Like, he doesn't just scare the hell out of them. You know, he doesn't just cause property damage. He is a murderer. And so it gets weird, because likewise, there's a number of characters that I'm reading X-Men right now, and I'm up to about 1988, 89, when, like, Magneto is in the middle of his second heel turn, and, like, he's, like, going and making friends with a bunch of people that it seems like a strategic deal. You know, he's supposedly still pursuing, like, his great, you know, better morals that Professor X imposed on him, but he's making deals with, like, mass murderers. He's hanging out with mass murderers, people who have, in some cases, thousands of bodies on them. And it's like, I know that the people writing X-Men at this point, like, had to have been aware that that didn't make any sense. The problem is they had written these characters as much thinner, more cardboardy ones, and just had to roll with it. You know, and just sort of, you know, cringe, look at the camera, shrug, just hope that nobody realizes, like, no, there's no grayness here. Like, that person is a fucking murderer. They're a serial killer. We've seen them do it. Like, what the hell? And so, yeah, it's just really, really tough. Yeah, I thought the Nolan Batman movies were terrific for that reason, because they are, you know, harder edged. And I don't want all Batman to be like that. I don't want all the, you know, I think there was this point in the 2000s, particularly when, like, a lot of the, you know, the MCU stuff, the comic book movies really started popping off big, when a lot of people started to think, like, we can make this stuff, like, properly adult for real. And that means, you know, in the same way that, like, you know how for the longest time, and this is still true to some extent, there were two types of anime, right? Anime for kids and anime for adults. And for kids meant Sailor Moon, and for adults meant gushers of blood, fountains of blood. Every single scene, somebody gets an arm cut off or their head cut off or whatever, and blood just fountains all over the place. Those were your two genders. And then over time, things got just a little more nuanced than that, okay? It stopped being quite so cut and dry. And of course, yes, it wasn't that cut and dry back then, But I'm saying, as people were talking about it, like if you were 17 and you were talking to other 17-year-olds, the anime and manga that they would bring up as, the real, the mature stuff, it was always just fountains, geysers of blood, and that just, chilled out to some extent over the years. But I think that sort of, that same sort of thinking, like, sort of infested people's thinking about comic book movies. That, like, okay, this is either for kids, in which case it's going to be, bright and cartoony, and, there's going to be a lot of, like, Joss Whedon dialogue, people, that just happened sort of bullshit. Or it's for adults, and that means that, by the end of it, at least 3 people have to have been maimed in really heartbreaking ways, Fortunately, that hasn't happened. I think a lot of people hoped that would happen, and fortunately, it didn't occur. So the end result is that, we have different approaches to Batman and several other characters, some darker than others, and fortunately, there's now enough variation in what's being produced that if you mention, like, yes, a dark Batman movie, you don't have that sort of eye roll instinct. They're like, here we go. I'm going to hear about how good it is that this is the one where, a bunch of people's hands get cut off. Fortunately, now that there's a wide palette to choose from, as it were, that's, I at least can take it in a bit more nuanced fashion. But the point is that, like, I think in order for these characters to work at all, you actually have to be doing both perspectives at once. I think in order for Batman to be good, you have to simultaneously have a Batman that won't hurt anybody and that never gets in any fights that matter, and a Batman that, is watching people get murdered and maybe thinking about doing it himself a little bit. I think you have to do both of those simultaneously, because if you try and pick a middle ground, you just end up with something useless, because all you end up with at that point is just a normal human being, who's fucking up or not, at any given moment. But that's just any old, story of violence, right? With that said, the one other comment I have on this is that what I've seen, I don't watch a lot of new movies, but what I've seen of, like, fight scenes in a lot of modern movies that aren't like superheroes, aren't, like fantasy, that are being portrayed as realistic, is it feels like comic book combat has become really common in a lot of movies, where, like, not that, like I was saying earlier, movies really underplay how weak humans are, how easily somebody falls over when you punch them, and how easily people get concussed, and how easily people die from being attacked in any way, right? And so obviously that's always been a thing, but it feels like over the course of the 20th and 21st centuries, there's been this continuous uptick of, like, people in movies getting more and more and more and more resilient, in the same way that, you look at, like, I always thought this was funny. If you look at, like, the X-Men, for instance, you read the very first stories, they're trying to take sort of a scientific approach to it, like a pseudoscientific approach to it, that later just evaporates completely. But at the get-go, they're claiming that these are humans that are just slightly different due to mutations. The problem, though, is, like, all of them can be thrown through a steel column like, Neo in the Matrix, and not get harmed by that any more than a normal person would by, like, just getting an elbow to the face. And that's necessary, because otherwise every battle would end with one punch. But it feels like that sort of what I would call violence inflation has leached out into all media, so that now any character in any movie has to be able to take an enormous amount of punishment and get, thrown through doors and get, you know, the classic thing about how like guns in movies make people fly backwards when they just don't in real life. Like if you shoot somebody, they just fall down if they do at all. This is actually I remember a long time ago, and I haven't been able to find it since, but I actually read this. This was back when I was like 16, and I used to read world.guns.ru all the time and was just like reading about firearms all the time. I came across this piece, this paper that had been written by somebody at the FBI when they were developing the 10mm handgun cartridge that like laid out like what the point of shooting somebody was. Because they were trying to analyze like, hey, you know, why do we need a different bullet? And their argument was the purpose of shooting someone is to make them fall down and stop fighting you. And whether you're killing them or not is not important. What is important is that you make them lay down and not fight. And they came to the conclusion that making a bigger bullet made that more likely. They later decided that wasn't true and went back to 9mm. But the point is that, you know, yeah. Did I say something not FBI? I thought I said FBI. Did I say CIA or something? Whatever. Anyway, the point is that like people, you don't need to kill somebody to make them not part of a fight. It's actually a funny thing. I think about this a lot, that there's that whole trope of like you know, special forces and, you know, CIA, you know, spies and whatnot using this word neutralized as a euphemism for killing somebody. No, I think if that word exists, if that word is ever actually used in reality by any, you know, agency, I think the whole point of it is that neutralizing does not mean you killed somebody. It means you took them out of the fight by some means. If you did successfully render them unconscious or tie them up and gag them or whatever, that's neutralizing somebody. I don't think any of these people have any qualms with just saying killed, if that's what they mean. But I think, oh, look at all the birds. Holy shit. But I think that I think that this has been, you know, sort of reinterpreted by edgy, violent 20-somethings, as with everything involving spycraft and special forces and whatnot, into this notion that, you know, anybody in one of these roles is just going to kill every single person they encounter. But you don't need to do that necessarily. You just need them to not be your problem. And so the trouble is that, yeah, like generally speaking, that's very easy. There's a lot of ways to do it. And so in order for movies based around violence to continue to work on a large scale, that violence needs to have a great big sliding window where somebody can commit a tiny amount of violence and get a result, or an enormous amount of violence and get a result. But they can't just knock everybody out. They can't just kill everybody instantly, because then the scene stops, right? And they've won. And so in the same way that like supervillains can't ever be defeated. You can blow them up, you can vaporize them. They always have to be able to come back. There always has to be some way. And so, you know, you never necessarily see a supervillain get, you know, you never see them blown to bits on screen. You see an explosion and you don't see them again. Or they get, you know, like Team Rocket blasted off into the sky, ding, or they, you know, fly into the ocean and are not seen again, etc. There always has to be some way to let your brain, you know, finagle the numbers and think, you know, maybe they held their breath for a long time, etc. But the same thing it feels like that's happened with all forms of media. And it says things, I think, about sort of the inflation of violence as a narrative technique over time. Not that I'm, not a prude over here, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't have violent media. I enjoy it just fine. But it does feel like we're sort of running the tread bare. Like we found all the ways for people to hit each other and shoot each other and stab each other and blow each other up. And now, like, we've done every single variation, every single, you know, isotope of basic violence, and now it's all been done, and we have to figure out new ways for people to be violent without actually escalating to the point where it ruins the narrative, right? And hence, Batman. Boy, look at those birds' asses. You see, I'm glad I had the bird camera. I'm gonna have to keep this in the future because when I get to just talking at great length about boring subjects, and just pattering on and on and on, now I have something much more pleasant than anything I'm saying to distract everyone with. You can just, whenever I'm talking, you can just mute me and look at the birds. It is actually, it really is 30x zoom. It's really funny to me that these suet carriers, suet holders, only work because birds don't believe in gravity and will use any surface, right? And so, like, obviously the suet is not going to be accessible from the top after the first, few hours that it's out there, but it's okay because the manufacturer knows the birds will just grab the side, because to birds, the floor is not real. Thank you, Papa Lion. Is that how I pronounce that? Yeah, I think my opinions on comic books are great. So I'm glad you agree. But no, it's really, I've been reading a lot of comic books lately, and it is very, very difficult to consume a lot of comic books without starting to have thoughts about how society, about how culture treats violence. It's like, if this were a blog post, if this were an article, there'd be a list of links at the bottom to further reading. One of them would be the Parquet Courts song Violence. That's a good one. And another would be the episode of Star Trek Voyager where the Vulcan kills somebody and then Tuvok does a mind meld with him, and he's played by Brad Dourif, who, one of the least appreciated actors in history. Holy shit, every single role that guy ever did was just absolute baller. But Ashley, recommendations in which way? Please clarify. I'll do my best. Birds do exist in all dimensions. That's correct. Birds are fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional, etc. Crisis on Infinite Birds. Oh, Batman comics? Oh, so I'm not actually that up on Batman at the moment. I have mostly been consuming Marvel stuff, and largely X-Men. But I have dabbled in Batman, and so just, in short, in terms of approachability, and I talked about this. I think a couple streams back. In terms of approachability, I personally find that Marvel is easier to get into if you're wanting to start with like the era. As far as I'm concerned, like, you really want to start in the Silver Age. You don't really want to, like with any comics, like the Golden Age stuff is interesting historically, but doesn't have a lot of meat on its bones. The reason it got big, is distinct from the reason that comics are big now. They were doing a very different thing. I have read a bunch of like 40s Batman, and a little bit of 30s and 40s Superman, and like it's kind of interesting, but after a few issues, you've sort of seen everything, and they're just going to sort of do the same thing again and again. And also, I should point out that, like, it wasn't until I read like 50s and 60s Batman that I understood why the Adam West Batman show was the way it was. Like, I always wondered to myself, why they take Batman? It's like this grim character in this like gothic, noir setting, and turn him into this ridiculous, farce. The answer is that Batman is and always was a farce. Like, up through the first 4 decades that it existed, Batman stories were like really, really just silly. And a lot of comics were, it's almost like they deserve the name, but like they were just taken very lightly. Everything was taken very lightly. There's a lot of just like sort of just cartoonish incidents where, like, because we're talking back in the 30s and 40s, this is pre-code. Batman was like watching dudes get offed. Like he'd sneak up on some gangsters, and watch as they like sprayed a bunch of dudes with a Tommy gun, and you see them die and they're dead, right? Like, these are fucking murderers. And they're like trafficking people and shit like that. It's like he's dealing with like genuine big crimes here. And then, he's just looking at it and going like, golly, I gotta do something about this. No time whatsoever is spent on the actual tragedy of any of this, in a way that would be a lot more common in later incarnations. And so a lot of that early stuff, I'm not sure about Marvel. I can't remember how far back they go. I haven't read anything before the early 60s. But at least, in the DC stuff, it's all just very light and throwaway. And we get into the Silver Age in the 60s. That's when stuff is, starting to be taken a bit more seriously, particularly in Marvel, because they sort of, the reason Marvel started out, or at least the way they reinvented themselves in the 60s, was a response to DC not being something you could take all that seriously. And so there's this process of basically everybody growing up over the course of several decades. And in my perception, I feel that Marvel either, from what I've read, either grew up faster, or they at least didn't start out from a position of taking real world tragedy and cloaking it in a comic book format. So like 60s Batman is still dealing with murderers and still being kind of like weirdly light handed with them, right? It's basically like, you just killed all those guys, I'm going to tie you up and you can go to jail. That was still what was going on with Batman at the time. Now, the Marvel stuff I've read is a lot more fantasy oriented and just doesn't deal with stuff that's that heavy. And then once they do start dealing with stuff that's that heavy, they're more prepared to deal with it. So basically, X-Men is what I've spent the majority of my time reading. I started in 1963 with the first issue. I'm going to tell you this. I believe it is worthwhile to read all of X-Men starting in 63. That's my position on it. I'm going to tell you straight up, I bought Marvel Unlimited. I actually had a couple digital copies of the omnibuses, and those were convenient. And I actually recommend, if you can get those omnibuses for the entirety of the original X-Men, the 63 to what is it? 68, 69, I think, run. That's all collected in 5 omnibuses, and I highly recommend, if you want to get into X-Men from the beginning, that's what you get, because reading the individual issues is a bit more tedious, and the omnibuses pull in a number of the side stories that are very important. This, of course, is a big thing with comic books. Like, if you ask, where should I start? What you're really asking is, which reading list should I start with? Because yes, you're going to start with X-Men, and then you're at some point going to have to branch off and read Avengers, because there's going to be a couple issues here and there that are essential. And you're going to have to branch off and read this one shot and that one shot and this annual and that annual. It's unavoidable. It's worse in DC than it is in Marvel, but it's still just pervasive. You cannot get the whole story, if that's what you're interested in, without reading some side stories in other books that you hadn't planned on having. So the omnibuses are very convenient for that. And also, they continue well up into the second era, because, if you don't know, I got into comic books 3 months ago, I think. It's like 2-3 months ago, something like that. I think it was right before, it was like January or something. It was like, it wasn't long before I had my hernia surgery. And I went to my girlfriend, who was into comics, as a kid, and had a lot more boots on the ground experience with him, and said, where should I start? I'm interested in X-Men. I was always curious about X-Men. Where should I start? And she told me, just go read from the beginning. That's the only, anytime you ask, where should I start? It's like, well, anybody who gives you an answer and names specific names is invariably, whether it's Marvel, DC, Batman, Spider-Man, no matter what it is, they're saying, here's where you should start for the version of this character that I like. And the thing that I find interesting about all of this is how it's evolved over time. Now, with Batman, it's impossible with Batman or Superman to consume all of the media up to the point where it, quote unquote, starts getting good, because it's thousands and thousands and thousands of issues of just kind of slop for the most part. People will tell you that, the Batman stuff doesn't start getting really good until, and then they name drop like 4 or 5 arcs that happened in the 80s. I don't think that you should necessarily start with those things, but it is messier on the Batman side of things. Whereas with Marvel, if you start in 63, yes, the early X-Men is weird, and some of the early Spider-Man is weird, but it's not as different from what they were doing 20 years ago as Batman was. And so it's like much less jarring. It is possible, it's difficult, but it's possible to actually see a through line between the earliest stories with these characters and the ones written by totally different people with different intents, 20, 30 years later. And so, did I mean June? January was 8 months ago. Yeah, no, I said 3 months and then I corrected myself. Yeah, I think I started at like the beginning of the year because I remember I had the hernia got repaired in like May, right? And I think I was reading I think I had started X-Men before that, but whatever. Anyway, it was this year is the point. And so like the early X-Men is weird in several ways, and it stays fairly weird for like 5 years. And then there's like I think it's like 10 or 15 issues away from the end of the original run, it starts changing. Like the initial writers on X-Men were, I think it started out with just Stan Lee. He abandoned it fairly quickly, I think within a year, handed it off to other people. And then other people like took them in slightly different directions, but mostly stayed on the same sort of path. And the early X-Men is very like soda jerk kind of like 50s, 60s, early 60s Americana sort of shit. There's I mean literally they go to soda shops for Christ's sake. And like they were trying really hard to portray the X-Men as being novel because they were teenagers at a point when the term teenager was still new. Like people hadn't really been using that term up through the 50s for the most part. And the idea of teens as a distinct cultural phenomenon was still sort of picking up traction in the early 60s. And that's why it's so weird reading some of this, because it feels fairly modern. And then like there's a moment in like, I don't know, X-Men like 20 or issue 20 or something like that, where one of them is just like, oh yeah, we're going to be as big as these Beatles guys are probably going to be. And you're like, wait a second, you go check the dates and find out that like, yeah, X-Men predates the fucking Beatles, like as modern as a lot of the stuff that's going on in it is, you realize that like, the Beach Boys and the Beatles, were not a thing. Kennedy hadn't been assassinated, a lot of stuff hadn't happened yet. But it feels like it could be, a comic from 15 years later. So yeah, that's all very weird, but it does lay out some important like early groundwork for, their personalities and like what they're all about and whatnot. Right. And that's exactly, David, that's precisely it. I'm not going to stand here and say that X-Men is a terrific metaphor for racism or, I would say homophobia, because if you watch the X-Men cartoon, which is like the only thing I'd seen up until this year, I rewatched like the first 4 or 5 episodes of the X-Men cartoon, and in every episode I was just like, this is about being gay. Like this, I'm watching this, and this is about being gay. These characters are saying what you say when you're gay in 1991. It's just like, X-Men has like had allusions to bigotry in general, no specific terms throughout much of its history, and then later on in the 70s and 80s, they start getting a lot more explicit about connecting it with racism. There's some tough moments, I'll tell you that. There's some difficult moments. Oh, Bird, there they are. But like it very much is allegory. And the thing about, bigotry is that a lot, I won't say all, but a lot of the elements of different types of bigotry are, coming from the same root, and thus they share a lot of the same characteristics. And so you can mix up, an allegory about one type with an allegory about another. And of course the X-Men has a lot of stuff in there about disability if you look at it from the right angle, right? And so I would say the way I would structure it is that, my opinion on it is that, correct, Ashley, they do make Kitty Pryde say the N-word several times. It's tough. It was a very deliberate decision. I see why they did it. I think it would have been seen as a lot less impactful in 1984 when it happened. But I wasn't there and I can't say for sure. Anyway, the point is that there are I think I'm very reluctant to give Stan Lee credit for anything because the guy was such a slippery dude. Like, he was a kind of a toad, in the sense that, like, it's very clear that he was very savvy. He was playing to any market that would have him. But at the same time, it does feel like a lot of the statements he's made about, the X-Men obviously could be very self-serving. He could have decided to sort of, edit his history a little bit. But I get the impression the guy really did have strong feelings at the time about bigotry of all sorts. Now, he's a random American white dude. Did he really have any skin in the game? Did he really know what he was talking about? I don't know. Again, I'm not going to give him too much credit here. But the point is that I think if you had asked him in 1963, hey, I'm gay, is this about me? I think he would have said yes, even if it wasn't. Because I think that it fits, and I think the guy would have been willing to. It's the same thing that happened with a number of other people over the years have found themselves in that exact situation of getting asked by somebody, hey, this thing you did back in the 70s or 80s, is it actually about the problems I have? And yes, you know what? Yes, definitely. I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it Mark Hamill who was just like, yeah, if you want Luke Skywalker to be gay, then he is, something like that. It's some big name like that who did that and was just like very open about it. Didn't say, oh, he always was, which was obviously would not have been true, but was willing to say, look, if this is helpful, if this works for you, then you have my blessing, right? So I have the feeling that over time, the specific, issues they had in mind changed and shifted. Certainly in the 80s, the person writing X-Men, Chris Claremont, was focused very hard on bigotry, on racism specifically. He has written a number of things, even then, about how that was exactly what he was focusing on. And so it's all very targeted, and it hits pretty hard. And I think that it's, I think he had some verbiage in interviews about how he other issues he was thinking of, but that was a big one. And so, on the one hand, you don't want to, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, well, this comic book has had great politics, but whether it was accidental or on purpose and how much it was intentional or whatever, I would say that by and large, I don't remember anything. It's weird to think about, but I have read every single issue of the X-Men from 1963 to 1989, and several of the side, stories, X Factor, Exterminators, New Mutants, etc. And I would say that by and large, it is remarkably consistent in its politics, and because it is such a simple premise, right? Like, X-Men is very clear about being anti-bigotry, but they never name specific real-world issues for the throughout the first couple decades of it. And so, had you written into them in 1975 and said, hey, do the X-Men love me even though I'm gay? I don't know if Claremont would have felt comfortable responding with yes. I can't swear to that because they didn't tell anybody anything like that back then. It was all very vague. On the more specific things, there were a couple people who wrote in when there were characters in wheelchairs who were portrayed positively or negatively. There were a couple people who wrote in when there were characters. There was one character, unfortunately, in the reboot of X-Men in 1975. There was a Native American character who got killed off in the second issue. And a couple people wrote in and were just furious about that. And the response was like, look, we just wrote them wrong. We wrote bad characters. We didn't have a use for them. And you sort of look at that and you're like, well, what did you fucking expect? Maybe you shouldn't have gone out of your way to, to pick a character with a very specific persona that was going to speak to people's identity if you weren't ready to actually commit to it. But whatever, it's water under the bridge. I'm sure they didn't intend it. They didn't have to make the character. Nobody forced their hand, so I accept their explanation. But, like that, and, there were a number of women who wrote in and were just like, hey, it's great that you portrayed, strong female characters like this and that. So they were fairly open about that stuff. But I don't remember there being a lot of like reader mail that dealt with the homosexuality or, racism, or, anything more hardcore, if you will, like that. So, but you do sort of get the impression, right, that it is casting a broad net, that had somebody put the X-Men in a situation where somebody was being discriminated against for any of the things that we now recognize and take for granted, that they would have been on the side of justice. You figure, like, probably. And right, exactly. Papa Lion, it's, it must have been very different, because the X-Men were, like, for what it's worth, the book was addressing issues that were not extremely popular, in the 60s in particular. In the 70s, things were changing a bit in broader pop culture towards more recognition of issues, like this. But certainly up through the 60s, it just, I don't think was nearly as big nearly as open a thing in pop culture. And so, yeah, while that era of X-Men was not very explicit about it, just the fact that they would say outright, we don't tolerate any form of bigotry, was a statement that, counted for something in those days. I think that, I think that was a big deal back then. And I imagine they received a lot of reader mail that they did not feel comfortable printing, because it would have made their, it would have been too firm, too explicit a position. Later on, I think that changes. I don't think I'm at a point yet. I don't think by the late 80s that anybody in X-Men is gay, but I have the feeling that a few of them are going to turn out to be in the 90s. Don't know yet, but it really feels like they're rocketing towards that with some of it. And then, there's one great big glaring problem with early X-Men that really feels like it stands in contrast with everything else, which is that in the first 30 issues, there's okay, I got disconnected there for I'm not sure how long, so I'm just gonna repeat that sentence. In the first 20 or 30 issues of the original X-Men, there's this bizarre plot thread where Professor Xavier is supposed to be in love with Jean Grey, but there's a 40-year age gap, and they don't handle that well. This is broadly acknowledged that they fucked this up really bad. It's not clear. I haven't heard about Stan Lee being a huge creep, and frankly, I sort of feel like he just fucked up. I feel like he just did it by accident. It just wrote it and just didn't process what he'd written. I don't want to give the guy credit he doesn't deserve. But it's just so strange. It's such a weird off-kilter, off-color thing. And it's not revisited except for one brief moment, I think in the Claremont era, where, Professor X does by accident. What I mean is if you were writing these characters, and remember, they were writing these really fast back then. If you were writing these characters and just oh, we've got these two characters here, I don't have pictures of them because I'm just writing the script by itself. There's no drawings in front of me. We've got a female character and a male character. It's 1963. Let's put some love tension between them. And then the thing gets published, and then he goes back and reads it. After reads the print proof and just goes oh fuck, right, she's 16. Damn it, I don't know. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt here because there's nothing else like that anywhere in the books, and I haven't heard anything about the guy being a sex pest or anything. And so I just don't know why he would. It makes no sense, and it's obviously so uncomfortable and busted right from the get-go that it never goes anywhere. It's only mentioned 3 or 4 times, then it disappears, just basically gets ignored, and then sometime in the 70s during the Claremont era, I think there's this moment where Professor X, I think after Jean Grey dies for the first time. That's not a spoiler. Everybody knows that. I think there is some moment where he's mourning her and going oh, I was so confused and thought I was in love with her. That was messed up. I think it gets sort of lampshaded later on, not retconned. But I guess the only reason I even mention this is just because if you see that in the first issue or two, you might read that and go oh shit, is this going somewhere that sucks? No, it's not. It doesn't matter. Nothing else like that ever happens. It's just a complete anomaly. That's why I say it feels like a fuck up, because I just don't see how he could have done it on purpose. it's such a bizarre decision. Like it's just there's no value in it at all. And I don't know, maybe he was setting up for some sort of morality tale there or something, but I just can't picture that. It's just so off kilter. But again, like if you were writing in that era, I think there was such a strong incentive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like in the movies it makes more sense, but the movie timelines don't they don't work. So I'm sure it gets retconned like 4 or 5 different times, or sorry, I'm sure that they make adjustments to it in several other versions of the timeline to make it work, but it doesn't change the fact that, yeah, no, I'm sorry, there is a comic panel where Professor X is sitting in his, looking up at Jean Grey and saying some shit about her. You can't fix that. You can't take it back. It's not the least bit vague. And so like it's something it's hard to get over, but what I'm saying is it does not impugn the original run. Like I will say, everybody there's a lot of people who will tell you like, oh, don't bother reading the original X-Men. It's so weird. It's you can't be taken seriously. What you want to do is you want to start after the reboot. You want to start with Uncanny X-Men, or technically you want to start with Giant Size X-Men, which was like 1974, 75, when Chris Claremont got the reins and was allowed to reinvent everything. And you know what? I won't deny that is a better series, unequivocally. And I also won't deny that you don't really need to know any of the things that go on in the first, 110 issues or whatever it is, to get any of that. They dispense with the old characters for the most part. They explain what you need to explain. Mechanically, you do not need to read the original run. And it is of lower quality in a number of ways from the Claremont era. But having been advised to skip the initial run, I think, I know now that I think I would regret it. I think I would have wanted to go back later and read it, because while a lot of it is sort of throwaway, I think you have to focus here on what your goals are. And I'll tell you what my goals were. I didn't read X-Men for the story as much as I read it because comic books are a huge part of culture and have been for many decades, and it's one that I have never participated in, right? As a kid, I didn't read any, and I just never knew where to get into it when I started, when I got access to them as an adult. And so other than like the occasion, like I basically know about Superman, I basically know about Batman, I watched a little bit of the cartoons and whatnot, but by and large, this is not my culture, but I wanted it to be. Well, in that context, I am just as interested in how these, came to be and how they developed, how they turned into what they are now, as in what they are now, as and the stories they're telling now. And that's why I don't really love the phenomenon of people saying like, oh, skip this big chunk and start here. Even with the less comprehensible shit that's going on the DC side. Because let me tell you about that. So what everybody says with DC, you bring up, Batman, they say, oh, you should start with Batman year 1. No, I don't agree with that. Or is it like year 0? Something like that? Whatever. They say, oh, you should start with, read these like 4 arcs. Read like year 1. Read the Killing Joke. Read this, that. I don't know. I tried that. I didn't really get a whole lot out of it. But the trouble is with DC that they're so much worse about that phenomenon of... So for one thing, when you're reading X-Men from 1963 to like 1984, it's just X-Men. There's one series. Every time you get to the end of one book, the story continues on the first page of the next book in the same series, with minor exceptions for these things that happen over in Avengers or, Doctor Strange or whatever. It's not until you get up really where things start to go awry for Marvel is fucking Secret Wars. I could write 80,000 words on Secret Wars. Fuck Secret Wars. What a mess. I could do a 4-hour talk, and I have done so even if the person I was talking to didn't want me to. I could do a 4-hour talk on my opinions on Marvel Secret Wars 1 and 2. It's a mess. And Jim Shooter sucks. But up until that point, you could just read straight through, and it's all one series. When you get to Secret Wars, it becomes a disaster because it's like, okay, first we've got, I think it's Secret Wars 2. I'm sorry. Secret Wars was a 12-issue one-shot. So actually, when you get to that point, I think there's this scene in X-Men where out of the blue, like in the middle of a story, everybody just like walks into a portal and evaporates. And if you go to the next X-Men, it's like everything's changed. A whole bunch of shit is different, and it's obvious you're missing a big chunk of story. Well, it turns out you're supposed to go buy all 12 issues of Secret Wars and read those. Secret Wars is garbage, but at least it's a one-shot, so you read it and then you're done, right? 12-shot. When you get to Secret Wars 2, which I think is 2 years later, I think it's 85 or 86, the problem with that one is, yes, they did do like a 12-issue one-shot separately, if I remember correctly, but also a whole bunch of the story plays out in their other books. And so you'll just read a few pages and it's like, for the, to see what happens next, go read Avengers, this one. You finish that one, it's like, to see what happens next, go read The New Mutants. You finish that one, to see what happens. And so it's bouncing you back and forth. It's infuriating. All right? Okay, now go over to DC. Start with like Batman 420 or something like that? Like right before Crisis, okay? You start with Batman, pre-Crisis, and you're following along and you're like, okay, this seems pretty solid. This is Batman, baby. And then all of a sudden, it's like the story continues in fucking Detective Comics, whatever. Because it turns out that Batman had 2 books simultaneously, and there's no reason for it. They just randomly jumped back and forth solely to force you to go buy the other book. There's no reason for it at all. It's just, yeah. It's infuriating because despite the fact that DC has always been like this, they don't publish omnibuses that I could find for most of it, just for like major arcs and whatnot. And their fucking app, because I have subscriptions at this point to both DC Universe and Marvel Unlimited, or whichever, I may have gotten those backwards. I find them both valuable. The problem is that neither one of them has the metadata to understand that the story continues in DC or in Detective Comics. And so you get to the end of an issue, you flip to the next one, you have to go back, manually pull up the page for the other one, find the issue you're looking. It's really irritating. And it must have been even more irritating when it was physical, physical books that you had to go out and buy and maybe order and wait for. So that shit sucks. And it never stops. It was like that forever. They started the separate Batman book in I want to say it was like the 60s. And so you just have decades of jumping back and forth. And then you get to like Crisis on Infinite Earths, and hang on, where's that picture? Hang on, where is that picture? There we go. There we go. You get to Crisis, which of course spans all their properties, and that one also, like, you're reading and it's just like hopping back and forth between all these different books that you don't read. And so IRL, everybody reading this would have ended up with a whole bunch of issues of like random other books. And that was on purpose. Like, that's exactly what DC wanted, was to get you to buy and become interested in all these other characters. But it's mostly just irritating. And then you get to the end of it, and the weird thing is, so people talk about Crisis, and when somebody summarizes Crisis, like if you read the wiki page on it, or a fandom wiki, or if you just ask somebody and they summarize it to you, what they generally tell you is that it was a reboot of the entire DC universe. So it not only... Oh, sorry, Retro Swim. Yeah, I would love to mute the Windows sound effects, but there's something on my PC that forces them to get turned back on constantly, and I don't have a way to stop it. So, anyway, the way that people summarize Crisis on Infinite Earths is that, like, it basically destroyed the entire universe, all the multiverses, so that all of the DC properties collapsed into one multiverse. so that they weren't maintaining like 50 different Supermans and 50 different Batsmans and like all these, they killed off a bunch of characters that were just unworkable, and they, killed off a bunch of characters and reinvented them and all this other stuff. That's all well and good. The problem is the way they executed it was like weirdly slash and burn. And so with Batman in particular, the way it works is you read Batman up to like issue, I don't know, 407 or something like that. Then Crisis happens. And then when you read Batman like 408, whatever the first one was after Crisis, it starts with the line, there's just like there's a narrative balloon that just says, the crisis on Infinite Earths has ended. And then it just goes back to what Batman was doing, basically, with no mention of the crisis, despite the fact that, like, wait, if they're injecting this into the timeline, then it would suggest that Batman had to go somewhere else to deal with the crisis. Shouldn't he be, like, coping with the fallout from it? Because everybody who was there at the end of, all universes remembers it, even though the rest of Earth doesn't. So he should be, like, dealing with the, processing the trauma from it and whatnot, because everybody else, at this point in comics history, that's what you did. When a character saw something awful, they had a very bad time with it for a while, maybe forever. So no, there's no mention of it in the narrative. And then like 12 issues later, they just reboot. They just reboot Batman out of the blue with no mention. And all of a sudden, like I think it was with Year One. I think that's what it was, is what people now call Year One. It's like Batman 420 or something like that. And it just like retells his origin story, then jumps forward to the point in his like overall career where he already was before Crisis, So he's been doing this for the the same length of time. He's already burned through one Robin and moved on to another. But the reason for doing so changes completely, and there's no mention that this has anything to do with Crisis, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Crisis. And so like people will say like, oh yeah, they use Crisis to reboot everything, but in practice it's more like they just chose to reboot things and not immediately after Crisis. That's what confuses me so much. So like, where should if you wanted to jump into Batman, where should you pick it up? I don't fucking know. I can't make heads or tails of it. But I can tell you, if you just start reading Spider-Man from #1, or X-Men from #1, or the Avengers from #1, you'll have a pretty smooth sailing up until the 80s when things turn into a mess. So it's just fucking weird. It's so weird. And so yeah, like I have found Marvel much more approachable. It does get weirder. It does get weirder. Up in the 80s when they start jumping between books. Like right now, I am simultaneously reading X-Men, X Factor, The New Mutants, and Jesus, I can't even remember. There's 4 different books I'm reading simultaneously right now because the storylines are interleaved in between them, but it's not nearly as egregious as it is in DC. There's a lot fewer cases where it literally says the story continues in New Mutants number 53. Sometimes that happens, but a lot of the time you're just reading X-Men, you're following along with the X-Men, and then they mention something that you didn't know had happened because it was in another book. But they usually explain it, so technically you don't need to go read these other ones. You could if you wanted, you don't have to. But if you do want to get the full story, and I'm a bit of a completionist in this regard, then yeah, you are going to have to hop back and forth. But I still just find it less abrasive than what DC does. So that, with all that said, if you wanted to, I would say that starting X-Men in the Claremont era with Giant Size is totally reasonable. Like they do a great job of setting the team up from scratch, and every single thing that happens in the before times gets appropriately retold, and in a lot of cases, like reinterpreted. Like they don't utterly alter they don't retcon pretty much anything that happened in the original run, but they do reinterpret it in ways that are very constructive. And a good example of that, the most famous example of that is just the way that Magneto got turned from a mindless supervillain into a Holocaust survivor with a very, very sympathetic story, who is portrayed in, instead of just being a psychopath, he's portrayed as somebody with a mission who is, yes, ruthless about it, but ruthless because he is scared and traumatized beyond reason. And while that ebbs and flows over the years, the thing is that you can still interpret what happens in the original run of X-Men with the cartoony Magneto, where they had never imagined that he had any sort of reasonable background. You can still imagine that being valid in the context of the deeper story they later establish. So it really is like, take it or leave it. You could do it, you could do it or not do it. It doesn't really make or break the whole thing. But personally, because I was into this for the cultural connections, I thought it was fascinating to read the whole original run. And it's not that long, It only took me like a month. Anyway, all right, those are my opinions on comic books. Thank you all for sticking around. I need to go find something to eat, I think. And I hope you too find it in your hearts to enjoy comic books. And we'll probably play a few. I still have more comic book games to play next stream, so because I can only manage to get through a couple of them before I end up talking about them instead of playing them. What else is new? Anyway, now watch me hit this. Yeah. Oh God, yeah, hydrate. I haven't had anything to drink for hours. That's why I've been coughing. Oh, hilarious. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Have a good night.